Good evening, my friends. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you had a great Monday. Hope you are ready for us to play more Monster Train. As we've talked about, we're going to start a new challenge today. It's one that we've done in Monster Train 1, but not in Monster Train 2 yet. We are going to be doing the Hat Trick Challenge. So, the basic rules are this. We've talked about it a couple times, but to explain, we are going to pick a champion, and we are going to do 3 runs back-to-back with each of their champion paths, a single, full champion path, no cross-pathing. And any cards that we use in a successful run cannot be used in the subsequent runs. So we have to essentially budget the cards from our clan combo across 3 runs. So it's going to be interesting. Certainly going to be difficult. Some champions are going to have an easier time of it than others. Like, Fel doesn't care too much about cross-pathing. There are ways to, cross-path okay with her, but it's not, the main thing she wants to be doing. On the other hand, champions like Wilden and Bolette really struggle not being able to cross-path. Because, Bolette really wants to trample. Wilden Strangler, there's basically no reason to take more than 1 or maybe 2 paths of Strangler, since you get just dramatically higher power by cross-pathing. So, anyways, it's going to be a lot harder with some champions than others. I haven't done this with Monster Train 2 yet, so we'll see how it goes. One other thing of note, we have to decide what we're doing with the Pyre Hearts. There's a couple different options for it. Option number 1 is we just be boring. We pick Proto Heart Cage for all of them to keep it kind of neutral and simple. I don't love that because Proto Heart Cage is boring. Option number 2 is we do the same Pyre Heart for all 3 runs. Also, if it wasn't clear, we cannot swap clan combo mid-run. We have to commit to a clan combo, do that for all 3 runs. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense as a challenge. But anyway, so option number 2 is we just do the same Pyre Heart for all 3 runs, which seems okay, but it seems kind of cheesy for certain things, like picking, for instance, Pyre of Savagery on Wilden can lead to a lot of samey sorts of runs, and I would like to avoid that. So I think the option number 3, which is that we cannot repeat Pyre Hearts across any of the 3 runs, I think that's probably the best option, because then we actually have to budget the Pyre Hearts as well. And I think that probably makes the most sense to me. And, it's kind of fun to be able to use more of the Pyre Hearts. So anyways, let us figure out what we're going to do. So, for the first champion, I don't know who we want to pick. I kind of feel like maybe we just start with Fel. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that I really do want to start with. I kind of want to do Ekka just because it's been a while since I've played Ekka. I don't think she's going to be among the easier ones to do. But I still might want to pick her. I think Fel is a pretty decent start, though. Let's do Fel. The question then being, what clan do I want to pair her with? Pyreborn's okay. They just have decent tools overall. Again, one of the major things to consider is we need to have enough different synergistic pieces to work with all of the paths without being able to duplicate things. Also keeping in mind that there's a good chance we're not going to be offered the things we care about on any given run. That said, Fel's pretty safe in that each of her paths is independently pretty strong and works pretty well with most things. Because Unchained, she's just a strong unit. Ideally, we pair her with shift units. Vanguardian, she allows us to turn defense into offense. We just want to pair her with a bunch of units on the floor. Not super hard for Banished as a whole to do. And then Savior, great defense. Works okay with kind of anything. So, yeah. I think Lazarus is also a good option. They're pretty versatile, and getting access to potentially mines of their own is very good, as well as Reanimate in general is also pretty decent. Maybe not necessary, but decent as an option. Hellhorned is okay. It gives us a little bit more access to overstacking. It also gives us, like, Horned Warrior, which naturally has multi-strike, which works pretty decently with, like, Vanguardian. Don't think we want Awoken, though, like, they're fine-ish. Stygian is a good clan, and it's pretty versatile, but I don't think it's what we want. Umbra is a no, and Remnant is okay. I don't think it's what we really want. So I think we're going to go Hellhorned. It's either Hellhorned or Pyreborn. Honestly, I kind of want to do Pyreborn just because that's the default, like, Monster Train 2 combo. And also, I've spent so much time with the Monster Train 1 clans that I kind of lean towards Monster Train 2 clans wherever able. Yeah, let's do Pyreborn. We definitely want fire starters, not bloated whelps. Wow, that Umbra hate. To be fair, Umbra is going to make it in as our chosen clan for some of these. I spent a little bit of time over the weekend thinking of, like, what we want to pair each champion with. And I will say that, like, Bullet, there's a good chance we do Umbra, for instance. There's a couple others where we might do Umbra, but, like, Bullet, I think, is pretty reasonable that we might do Umbra. But anyways, we're definitely taking Firestarter, and then for our first one... Hey, thanks for the follow. Also, I'm probably not going to be picking Pyre of Dominion at all, just because reasons. I think it kind of defeats some of the point of the challenge. But we'll see how I feel about that. Anyways, for our first one, like, Fear's Greed and Herzl's Horde are both solid. Aquas is okay. Wing Spirit is terrible. Heart of the Pact is fine-ish. Bogworms is... I'm going to do Bogworms to start. And we'll see how helpful it is. I'm on the wrong champion. Because I totally forgot to change that. And don't mind me. There we go. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Okay, that makes more sense. I saw the Animus of Speed and I'm like, something went wrong here. Okay, so we have the Cleaves, which are solid. Miser's an okay start. Not sure what I'd want to pair that with most. Sketches is... I mean, we're not taking Capricious Reflection. It is still, like, my least favorite artifact overall. Sketches is good. That makes me lean towards wanting to pick up Vanguardian. Yeah. The problem is that, like, Cleave doesn't work very well with Vanguardian. Kind of. It does work rather well with Unchained. Because it's a way for us to turn, like, Fel... It's a way for us to kind of turn Fel's high attack power into guaranteed wave clear, which is pretty valuable. I still kind of just want to take Vanguardian, though. I think we'll take Vanguardian. I might end up removing the Cleaves so that we can use them on another run. We'll see what happens. But either way, for the time being, this is more or less a just straightforward normal run. Okay, so we get a third unit, which is not bad. We are going to do that, and we're going to explode you a little bit. We don't get as much from Fel's Revenge, but whatever. Okay. So we want Fel to have Valor, more or less. And we'll just blow you up so that we don't have to take any damage on the mid-floor. Fel does take a fair bit of damage, but gets some Valor. And then we just absorb the hits. And then we just murder the enemy. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as is. I was trying to decide if there's some way in which I wanted to like move things around so the Miser would get more hits. I think that's good enough. I actually probably could have just... I don't know. It's fine. I probably could have sacrificed my Spear Steward so that I'd be killing the boss a little less quickly. Okay, so again, here's where we need to start evaluating our options, because we do need to budget these across multiple runs. Selfless Sacrifice is pretty good with Vanguardian, because one of the problems with Vanguardian is that we need to make sure we have enough defense to survive the early couple of hits, and so we can actually start getting the Valor armor set up and not have Fel just die. Divinity fills a similar role in that it can be given like intrinsic and like double stack, or intrinsic and -2, whatever, to just stack a bunch of Valor right at the beginning. Don't hate that. That's pretty decent for us. And I lean towards doing that, because Selfless Sacrifice is also a shift card, which is also very useful with Unchained Fel. I don't think Savior really needs either of these. Savior can still benefit from Divinity, because its ability is scaled on the amount of Valor that Fel currently has. But the whole point of Savior is that it's a defensive path, which does make the two defensive-ish cards less important. Challenges, fine. We're going to take Divinity. We're going to skip those. I lean towards just going here, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I do like the Merchant of Magic, because, again, getting Divinity set up would be really good. But I think we're just going to go here. Multi-strike is quite pleasing. The large stone is okay. Magma Mauler. I think I just want multiple Misers right here, honestly. How you doing, Tiny? I think I'm fine with the Miser. I do need to keep in mind I have sketches, so I can overstack something as well. But I'm pretty happy with just Miser, and then we just, you know, live a life of joy and beauty. So I think what we're going to do is that. Did you make your face cam smaller? No, it should be the same one that we've been using. It's definitely smaller than it was for Monster Train 1, but, no, just to make sure I've got the right one on, though. Let me fiddle with it. No, it's the same one we've been using. Unless I'm crazy. No, that should be the one that we were using. Am I being psyops? Not by me. Again, it is a lot smaller than it was for Monster Train 1, but that's because Monster Train 2 has more in the UI over on that end, so we had to make sure I wasn't blocking it. Okay. I do sort of lean towards doing this. We could also do that fairly comfortably. I'm just gonna do that, and then... Yeah, I'm willing to do this. That's fine for now. Okay. For the time being, our game plan is more or less fairly set. I already forgot that we're running Bogworm, so we do get extra capacity, which makes that large stone even more doable. Also makes the sketches a little less necessary, but that's fine. Do I want you on bottom floor? I think the answer is yes. Yeah, that was kind of the problem. It's like I can blow them all up, but it's not really how I wanted to do it. But I had thought about setting her up on mid-floor for this exact sort of reason. Unfortunately, I can't really trigger the revenge with the fire starters. Like, I can, but I don't really want it to apply the fire gel. Because then Fel will just die faster. What I really, really want is I wanted to draw the Divinity in a reasonable time frame. I'm not going to do any of the fire starters because I do want to ensure that I have enough hits on these guys. Yeah, good enough. I could have, like, saved Fel a little bit by moving the Misers in front. I don't want to. I want the Misers to just sit there pumping out extra gold for us. So that's what we're doing. We definitely don't want Windblade or Imprisoned Zephyr. Both because they don't help us in any way. In fact, Imprisoned Zephyr is actively terrible for us. But also because they're best saved for Unchained Fel. So we're not going to take them. Alchemy... I don't think we want. The Snotty Whelp is kind of cute in a world where we have sketches. It's certainly not necessary, but it's kind of cute as just like another pickup. Also, if we do end up getting anything that synergizes with ability use, that's kind of cute. But I could also just be content in a world where we just, like, dupe the Miser a bunch of times or where we are just getting, like, a Spear Steward. It's really just, do I want the Alchemy? And I'm not convinced that I do. Suppose I should look at what's coming up. We're almost certainly going to the Merchant of Magic. Merchant of Arms is not bad, though. Like, being able to just get, like, especially something defensive for Fel, or getting Zone of Silence would be very good. But I really want to get, like, the Divinity set up, and that's how I do it. And we might just go to the Merchant of Trinkets here, since I'm gonna have a bunch of gold. Yeah, I know I'm hemming and hawing about this way too much. I'm gonna not take it. Intrinsic is what we want. Yeah, I guess I take another Miser for the moment, because I can fit another Miser, so let's fit another Miser. Okay, so let's Intrinsic the Divinity. Ideally, I'd like to Intrinsic instead something, with, like, damage shields, but this is still good. I could just do Spell Chain. I don't think I want a Spell Chain. Could Spell Chain Just Cause. Don't think I want to Spell Chain Just Cause. I'm going to do this, I guess, even though I think that's largely unnecessary. Hold over and remove Consume. I think I do want to do this. And then ideally dupe it. The problem is I also kind of want to dupe just like the Miser multiple times since it has multi-strike. But we could also just like set up another Miser that looks like that. I also could just not spend all the gold that I'm spending here. I think I am going to do this. I'm not like super attached to it because I do want enemies to attack into Fel. But it has some uses. Like, it helps us kill some of the corruption dudes before they get onto my floor. It helps us finish off enemies that I might not be finishing off on bottom floor. Yada, yada, yada. It's okay overall. Yeah. I mean, maybe I do that. Sure. I guess I'll do that. I honestly think that's probably unnecessary, but that is what we're doing. Knockback Archeon should be pretty manageable for us. And so far, Bogworm just really wants us on bottom floor, which is fine. Mini Hats Mudge Trick. How you doing, Prototype? Okay, so you get that, and that, and that, and then we decide if we want to start using the Pyre Ball each turn or not. Doing well, Sal. How are you tonight? I'm okay. Been a bit tired, but I'm alright. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to sap my dude, so we're not going to. I do need to make sure Fel gets moved back up front. Unfortunately, not the time for it. Well, at least go ahead and kill some things there. And I guess just do this. Like, it's not the worst. It's not the worst to let some of those guys go by. Oh, fuck. I did forget about this, though. Okay. Because that's the problem, is that Fel took so much damage but didn't get the Valor armor that it was way worse for us than I was remembering. That's fine, though. We got the cleave, so I could at least get it so she's not dying, gets to refresh the Valor armor, which is big. She survived at 1, thanks to the spikes and all that. We might want to move one of the other guys up front just so that Fel still gets the Valor armor. And I think that is what we want. Because Archeon summons now. Yeah, that's sort of what I was afraid of. Yeah, I thought that was going to go worse by moving him up front, but I just thought I would check. God, the problem with this as well is that, like, he's not going to get the Celebrate bonus, which is disappointing, but fine. Also, I think it was maybe better if I shot him. That's fine. Whatever. We'll win the fight, even if this didn't go perfectly for us. We're always getting a ton of gold. We're probably going to go with the Merchant Trinkets. Yeah. Okay, well, I got it to where we're only taking 1 hit on the Pyre. Certainly not our greatest showing, but that's fine. Okay. Blood-Soaked Arena. It's okay. This is not really the ideal time for it. Sanctuary, on the other hand, I do like. We'd need to hit... Like, again, that's one where we'd want to hit, like, Intrinsic, so I can get Fel protected at the beginning. But I think that's worth taking. Gold Tooth? I mean, I'm maybe happy to swap to Gold Tooth here. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm going to spend a lot of the gold that I've already got, but that's okay. We're going to take Ember for a number of reasons. Yeah, I think we're still going here, and then we're going to go here after. I'm pretty okay with doing that. Firestone Housing, not bad. Blood of the Apex is quite good, except for the part where we don't have any equipment. Who cares about budgeting cards? I mean, I don't mind using a rare unit, since it's very unlikely that we'll see them in the next 2 runs. I know I have said that before when doing Hat Trick Challenge in Monster Train 1, and then we were offered it as like our first banner in the very next run. But, you know, chances are still good. Like, honestly, it's extra good for us that they show up, because it means that we're essentially removing a unit from the banner pool that we are basically never going to encounter in the coming run. So it's almost free for us to take them. It's also just a good unit. But anyways, I think we're taking Firestone Housing. I kind of want to take Blood of the Apex, but I don't think we're going to get any equipment anytime soon, so I think we're going to skip on that. I do think we're taking Split Anvil. I don't know how much we're actually going to use it, but I think that's okay. This is, you know, already chosen. We're not able to cross path because of the rules of the challenge, so there we go. Bosses start with Mute 3 is pretty decent for us. I do also like Canio, but we're going to take Chico. Not a bad pickup for us overall. And I think we probably want to get rid of some things. So how much Deployment Ember do I have now? I have 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or I could leave him unplayed and let him get pulled out with the sketches. In which case... either I think I want to get rid of the Spear Stewards. Just so I can more reliably do what I want to do. And I think we'll get rid of a Fire Starter. And I'm going to leave that for the moment. Okay, Ajax is not a terrible one to get muted. Fel is going to get some corruption, but that's not too terrible for us. So you guys have higher avarice, so I do actually want you behind. And then we'll play you there, I guess. And we'll get that. Yeah, it's sort of fine for Fel to take the corruption. Because, like, as long as we're getting enough Valor, the corruption largely doesn't affect us. This is the problem, though. Since I did give them multi-strike. Well, so be it. Also, Split Anvil already coming in clutch. Okay, there we go. God. I really need you to get your Valor up, Fel. This is why I would like to dupe the Divinity, so we can just get the Valor higher right from the beginning. But I also want to dupe other things. Unfortunately, I'm not getting my dudes to attack all that much because I'm spending a lot of effort keeping Fel safe. So I'm not getting as much gold as I would want, but that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna move these guys up front just so we have more things to attack. So I can get slightly higher gold via the Avarice. Like, we still make short work of him just because I do relatively high damage as long as I'm able to keep Fel alive. Penitence Death Suit, I don't care about. Deadly Plunge, I don't care about. And Imprisoned Zephyr is actively terrible for us. Greed is a no. Stuck Up Whelp is kind of cute. Honestly, I could take Stuck Up Whelp as the thing that we pull out with sketches. And that's pretty cute. Yeah, why not? The Dragon's Breath, very good card, by the way, but we're not taking it right now, even though it is very useful with, like, Split Anvil. Overall, it's just not what we want, though. I do kind of want to go for the Merchant of Arms for a variety of reasons, but we're not going to do so yet. We're going to go here. There is also an armory here, which hopefully is something that we care about for Fel. Exile's Diadem is technically HP. Bloodthirsty Blade is good, but I don't know that we really need it right now. And I don't really want to take Bloodthirsty Blade out of the draftable options. I'd much rather save that for when we're using, like, Hothead. If we end up using a Hothead, but it's just generally a good card. For a moment, it's like, why does he have so much attack? Already forgetting that he has the permanent bonus. I think we're just skipping all of these. We're definitely going to go to a Merchant of Magic when we can and just try to solve some things. Okay, so you're still full because of that, which is a bit of a shame, but that's fine. I don't want to give Quick to anyone, but I will do this. I don't think I need to do Titanite. It doesn't cost me a lot to do Titanite, though, but I think we're still going to skip. Multi-strike is going to go on you. And then we're either going to do that on you or on, like, the Miser. Or on a Shield Steward, but I don't think that's what we want to do. And I have 6 Deployment Ember. Which is currently 2, 3, 4, 5... As if I, like, dupe the Gold Tooth, then we'd be a little bit short, but it's overall not bad. I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to do this. And maybe we dupe the Divinity right now. Yeah, I think we're duping the Divinity right now, because it's immediately useful for me. Although, you know, most fights we're not going to have the enemies having multi-strike. So it's not going to be quite as dangerous. She's so small now. Yeah, I did forget that I needed to remove one of the dudes to ensure that I get the stuck-up whelp on the right floor. That is a bit of a shame. Well, at least give them Avarice so they can gain us a little bit of gold, even if it is a waste. And I think we're just leaving this as is, because I do want attacks to come into Fel. But yeah, I did forget that I needed to remove a steward, and that's a shame. Yes, look at all that Valor stacking up. Well, we're definitely killing that. I mean, our game plan is fairly straightforward at this point. In that we just need to keep our dudes alive, and then we just beat things to death with our ever-increasing damage output. But we've gotten to the point where we have enough Valor that we can take all these hits pretty freely. And then we're giving off a ton of attack power, since every hit into Fel is 2 Valor to the whole team, which represents quite a bit of increased damage. And yes, Quoto is muted, so technically we can't get rid of his Titan skin for a couple turns, but it doesn't matter. Like, even with that downside, he's still a pushover of a boss. I mean, again, we're relatively strong, but even so, he's not. He's not strong at all. So Shield of Wing is good, but I don't think we need it right now. Heroic Dive likewise is good. Benediction might be worth taking. The problem is that I don't want to deprive myself of too many good defensive cards on future runs. Since, like, Pyreborn has very few defensive options. Obviously, we still have access to ways to, like, kill enemies before they can attack, which cuts down on a lot of problems. And Fel is still going to be gaining a lot of Valor on the other runs, just by the nature of what she does. But hey, the Benediction is still fairly appealing. Particularly because I was gonna look for like intrinsic and like maybe remove consume for the Sanctuary, but if we don't hit remove consume, then Benediction's still a safety option. But I don't know that I need it. I'm gonna skip it. Mind Cage we definitely don't want right now. Soul Smelter I'm not gonna take. It's fine for us, but we're just not gonna worry about that. Yep. And now you no longer are fragile. It barely matters. It mattered in the Archeon fight, but hasn't mattered since. So, we want double stack on that. Don't care about Holy Stone. They don't care about the others. Spell Chain and Permafrost. Okay. That's not what I was hoping for. Alright. So, here's the deal. We're gonna get rid of one of you. We're gonna get rid of some of these. And yes, I know I'm spending an exorbitant amount of gold. So be it. And then we're either duping the Sanctuary or we're duping the Divinity again. And I think we're duping the Divinity. I also do want to dupe the Gold Tooth, though. But we can do that there. Unfortunately, we're not going to see another Merchant of Magic if I do that. Which means I could also just dupe the Gold Tooth now, which is fine. I think maybe that's what we're doing, actually. It does create some problems right now. Whatever, fine. I'm not particularly worried about Kale. Okay, so we get Fel, we get some buddies. And then the problem is, again, we don't know if we're going to hit the Gold Tooth or the Whelp on the right floor. Unsurprisingly, didn't get the Whelp on the right floor. Feels bad that I went out of my way to dupe him, or to get him on the team, and he's not doing work yet. But okay, that's fine. It will soon be a solved problem. Alright, well, as long as Fel doesn't die on turn 1, we're in pretty good shape. Do a little bit of damage to you, I guess. Again, I kind of don't want to be doing extra damage to KO, because I mostly just want my Misers to be able to beat things to death for maximum avarice. Anyways, the damage shields are wasted on Fel, but that's fine. And again, at this point, our deck is basically solved. As long as I can't crack through Fel's armor, like, it's all good. I just want as many enemies to attack into Fel as possible, basically. Because we get just more and more and more Valor, and that is the secret to our victory. I also really want to get rid of the Cleave at some point. Because we haven't used it except for, like, once this entire run, and I want it available for next time. Cosplay Phoenix will do a hat-trick challenge. Fine, Jank. How you doing? Go. Well, here we are. We got our big, beautiful team of dragons. And racking up as much gold as we can. And at some point, we're going to stop spending all of our gold, in which case the Gold Tooths are going to be just independently strong, regardless of the bonus that Fel is giving. We are not taking these. Death Roar doesn't really help us. Spike of the Banished is okay. It fulfills a very similar purpose to Divinity, and I would like to save that for later, / we don't really need it right now. And the Eagle Heart is very good, but again, not really a thing that we need right now. Gold Tooth, the strong, independent dragon who don't need no miser. Fair point. We definitely want the Ember, partly so we can play out the Gold Tooth that we just duped. That said, how much extra deployment Ember do I have now? So I have 8 total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so I could spend 1 on a Shield Steward, or I could get maybe 1 on a room or an equipment. On the other hand, I could go here just for the free removals, which is kind of nice. I think we're going here. I am definitely going to get rid of the Cleaves. Yeah, I got suckered in, and I shouldn't have gone here, but that's fine. And we can still see something here, maybe. Well, I mean, I could do Boiler Room. I'm not going to do Boiler Room. It doesn't really help me. Room equip, what if you get the gold room? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're asking what would I take, What I wanted was like Meat Shield, because it just gives Fel some extra survivability and helps us to just get rolling. So that's what I was hoping for, but didn't get it. That's fine. Who cares? The Golden Slayer Room is what I meant. Golden Death, you know what I mean? Yeah, the way that you phrased it did not make sense to me. I thought that might be what you were talking about. But yeah, it's fine. I don't particularly need it either way. Anyways, we'll do this. I feel a little bad that I'm waiting so long to get rid of the cleaves. We are going to get rid of the cleaves at some point. We might struggle to kill the amalgams a little bit, but we are going to start putting you guys up front because you do a lot more damage, and therefore we'll have an easier time of getting through the heavies. Yeah. God, the one time I do get you on the floor, it's when we have you. And I didn't draw any of my ways to deal with the sweep, guys. Well, that's unfortunate, but okay. I do have the holdover Pyreball for just such an occasion if we really need it, which, unfortunately, I do largely need it. It does mean that we're going to be weaker in a number of ways, but oh well. Yeah, really could have used that earlier. Would have loved to have saved my beautiful little greedy whelp. But alas, it wasn't meant to be. We still at least get extra avarice on everybody. It's just that it could have been so much more. Could have been so much grander. I think I just want to let them attack in. Though it will wipe a lot of my damage shields. But the problem is, like, if I'm killing every single enemy before they get to attack, then I'm missing out on all of the valor that I'm supposed to be gaining. That said, I will kill those losers. I mean, again, the gold tooths, or teeth, are still rather strong regardless. But unfortunately, this fight does ruin a lot of my ability to do stuff. Okay, that's fine. Rax is gonna die. He's not too threatening on bottom floor. Like, he still hits for a lot, but he's nowhere near as threatening as he is on a higher floor. Wings Radiance is cute. Not important to our needs. Like, we could use it to speed up the Titan fight, and technically it's pretty free for us because we have Split Anvil. And so an X-Cost card like this, especially a non-consume X-Cost card, means that we can just basically use it every time it shows up and still play out other things from our hand. So what? I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna skip these. I'm going to go here. Sure. We don't have any equipment. Prismatic Dragon Scale doesn't matter to us. Nah. Okay. Spirit Breaker's Charge is technically useful for us, so I will buy it, I guess. Unfortunately, the Attuned Whetstone doesn't do anything, nor does the Expanded Coffers. Before anything, I am going to get rid of the Cleaves, because I've been meaning to do that the entire time. And I don't want them to be locked out of the later things. I don't really need the minus costs, since I've got Split Anvil and stuff. And also I just took double Ember, so I pretty easily get to play out what I want to play out. I was hoping for other things. Do I want to do this? Not really. Yeah, unfortunately, really didn't hit what I wanted to hit. Whatever. We should be okay. Probably. I did forget for a moment that we had Chico, though, so it is going to be a little harder. It's going to take longer for us to kill Dominion Titan. Should still be fine overall, though. So Chosen of Dominion. Am I fine with being on bottom floor? I think I am. Like, we'll get the corruption, but so be it. Yeah, that's fine. Fel will be okay overall, maybe. Like, Fel will get to a point, probably, where there's enough corruption that she just kind of gets one shot. But on the other hand, so be it. So I could kill some of these guys and just get more damage directly on Dominion, which is kind of cute, but I think we're just going to let them attack into Fel. So then we get up to way higher Valor. She did almost die, but still. I can also start just murdering a bunch of guys with the fireballs now. Yeah. Wow, you are going to die still. Alright, I'm still willing to sacrifice you, I guess. Unfortunately, we're at the point now where Dominion is giving corruption to the whole team, which sucks, because I'm not well suited to that. I may have been too conservative in my drafts for this fight. But we'll see. No, that's not gonna work. I was considering not setting up on bottom floor, but I don't love that. I mean, I can just let Fel die here. That is an option. Okay, so we're going to do that and then put you up front. You're going to die. Oh well, the others are going to take over. Let me get some damage in on you. Unfortunately, stupid reanimate guys are not ideal. But we... Oh god, you survived and gave me garbage. There we go. Everything's fine. It's clumsy, and also our dude doesn't get the celebrate bonus. Not a big deal. It's not really what we're relying on for victory. It does maybe not bode terribly well for the Titans, but we should be okay, more or less. Okay. Fight the Titans. Oh boy. And the gold teeth are getting stronger and stronger, since they do scale on gold. I was considering setting up on higher floor. Did forget that I'm kind of locked into bottom floor, both because of all the extra capacity and because of sketches. So, we're going to set up on bottom floor. Alright. I think we want you guys towards the back. Not entirely certain of that being the case, but I'm willing to try. Unfortunately, you are muted for 3 turns. I mean, like, the mute is okay to a degree. Like, in most ways, it's good for us. It's just that it's also a little bit annoying in that it means that I can't use the pyro lights on you, which is a pain in the ass. But that's fine. We'll at least pyreball you to speed things up a little bit. We get a little bit of corruption on Fel, but it's not a lot of bit of corruption, which is okay. We are going to shoot you just so we lose less damage shields, because that seems like a reasonably good thing to do. It's a shame that I wasn't able to do to the Sanctuary or get remove consume for it. I thought about going to the right in the final ring to dupe it, but I was really hoping for intrinsic or other things, and it didn't materialize, but that's fine. Okay, so, Savagery goes down. Entropy is well on his way. We'll start sapping ourselves, which barely matters. And we'll just get a little bit of extra damage. And that should be fine. Honestly, works out better because it means that he also attacks. Because he had 0 attack before, and now he does not have 0 attack. And now that Savagery is no longer muted, we start taking a little bit of damage from Savagery. Oh no. Who gives a shit? And yeah, so we're just trying to speed up killing Dominion a little bit, because that's the only thing slowing us down. We have more than enough HP because we went in at full HP, I want to say. Pretty sure we were at full HP. And so we're just trying to kill Dominion. Like, we don't have problems with wave clear, and we have decent enough defense. Since Fel just has constantly increasing Valor armor, which is nice. I could have shot the sweep dude. We have enough damage shields that I don't care. And it's not like I need help with the wave clear so I can get to, like, Entropy, because we already essentially killed Entropy. Unfortunately, the Silence dude is an asshole here, but doesn't matter. We should finish the fight before they get up to the Pyre Room. And even if they do, it just means that we'll get an extra shot on Dominion that turn. It doesn't really matter. you know, just for enjoyment's sake, we'll blow up some of these guys. And then we'll do that. And there we go! How exciting! Well, we had a couple bad moments, but it was mostly just I didn't have good enough defense for Seraph. And even then, we still made it through just fine. It's just that a little bit better lineup would have gone a long way. Was the hat trick challenge. So it is a self-imposed community challenge. We've done it with Monster Train 1, but not Monster Train 2 before. Essentially, what we're doing is we pick a champion in a clan combo, and then we do 3 runs back to back to back with a full, each one using a different full champion path. So this one, we had just done Vanguardian, and so now we need to do 2 more runs using Unchained and Savior in some combination. And any cards that we use in a winning deck cannot be used in the subsequent run. So we need to essentially budget the cards from the clan combo across all 3 runs. So we just finished the first of the runs, and now we need to record which cards we cannot draft in the next one. I do recognize that my camera blocks some of the info on this screen. Bear with me. It's just how it has to be. That said, so we've already done Vanguardian. Are you maintaining Pyre, though, or you have a different Pyre? We talked about this at the beginning. I posited a couple different ideas. The one that I lean towards, and the one that we're going to do unless people have strong feelings otherwise, is we're going to require it to be a different Pyre each time. Because I think that leads to much more interesting situations where we're not just going to pick, like, Savagery for all of Wilden 10's runs, yada, yada, yada. So it's going to be a different Pyre each time. Okay, so we did Vanguardian. As far as units go, let's make this easier on myself and put that there. Okay, so what did we use? That's not as easy as I want it to be. Okay, fine. We'll make this work. So essentially we just used Miser, and we had Stuck Up Whelp, and we had Gold Tooth. And then as far as spells, I guess we'll move. God, that's real awkward to have there. I guess we'll put it right here just so I can see the whole summary easier. For spells, we had Fireball, Divinity, Sanctuary, and then, you know, Just Cause, but that's a starter spell. And I think that's it. And we didn't have any rooms or equipment. But I will still make a thing for it. Okay, so I believe that it encompasses everything we use. We were pretty good on this, and that we didn't use most things. Man, that really fucked up my window by putting it on the other monitor for a second. My monitors have different aspect ratios, resolutions. That's what I'm looking for. So sometimes moving things between them like really fucks things up. Whoops. That was not what I meant to do. Don't mind me. Okay, well, that's good enough for now. Maybe put Vanguardian Ballroom. Yeah, that's a fair point. I forgot to include the Pyre. Yeah, we can just put those together. It's not gonna. No, that's not gonna look great. I mean, I can move it over further. I don't want it to cover too much of the screen. or just add a category. The problem is I don't want to go too far down because then it's also going to go off the screen on the bottom unless I make the text smaller. Unfortunately, I don't have a nice like tracker sheet for this because there's too many cards and things, and so I kind of have to do my own weird tracking sheet this way. But Excel magic? I mean, yeah, maybe, but here we are. Anyways, so round number 2. So we need to do either Unchained or Savior for this one. I'm going to take Savior if it's offered, I think. I mean, it depends a little bit on what we start with, I suppose. If it works, it works. I mean, it works fine as is. It's just that it would be nice to have a cleaner tracker than what I'm doing. But it's what I got for now. Life Mother's Pyre is pretty decent for us. Unchained is Savagery, and Savior is Wing Spirit or Herzls, in my opinion. Yeah, Pyre Savagery is pretty good for wings. I was going to say Savior, we probably... Well, really any of them we want a Herzl's Horde. Because Banish in particular... I mean, Herzl's is good, just flat out. It's great. But like Herzl's with Banish means that we can put down a lot more units, which means we can more easily overstack a floor, or we can put down like auxiliary like Firebrands or something. I know you don't like Savagery though. I like Savagery well enough. The only thing I don't like about... Okay, here are the 2 things I don't like about Savagery. I don't like that it can feel samey in that it encourages you to build the same sorts of decks, like just, you know, take a quick sweeper and just you now have permanent natural scaling, and that gets boring. And then aside from that, there are a number of clan combos and types of decks where Savagery is actively a detriment, where you are using like Spore Launchers or Moro Mistress or something like that to do most of your damage output. And so the permanent like slay bonus does not help in any way, and instead you just get a Pyre that has dramatically lower HP basically, which is still doable, and it evens out a little bit since during the Titan fight you end up taking less damage from Dominion since you killed a little faster, but more or less like it can actively be a detriment sometimes. That is much less likely to be the case when you are picking your Pyre rather than doing random, but still. Anyways. I think we might take Herzls next. I kind of want to take the Life Mothers, though. I'm going to take Life Mothers just to be interesting. We'll see what we can do with it. It is pretty good for this challenge, because it means that if we hit, like, you know, something good, we can just keep making more of them, which means that we don't have to worry about drafting as many cards. Okay, so far we don't have anything that we've already used. Alright, let's see what's offered first. So we get an option of either. Well, the Selfless Sacrifice makes me kind of want to go Unchained. It works with either of them, but... Go off the chain, Sal. Maybe. I do think we probably want Unchained here. It's just that, like, Lava Armor works okay with Savior, and also I lean more towards wanting to get Savior out of the way. They're both good. But we'll go... I would have personally hoped for a shift unit to combo with Unchained. Yeah, I mean, yes, but it's also not that hard to get shift units. I didn't use up any of them already. We can go to a Banish banner. We can go to another Banish banner. There's... That might be all the Banish banners, which is fine. Like, even if we... So, we... Yeah. Do you think Fel takes off the fire thigh highs when she gets into bed, or do you think she keeps them on? These are the questions keep me up at night. Well, you and I think about very different things in general, Tiny. I don't know. I still kind of want to take Savior, but I think we take Unchained. Yeah, we'll take Unchained. Alright, so... I'll tell you right now, I was really hoping that we were going to see Karmic Censor, the double shift. It was unlikely, but it would have been nice. The expanded coffers is cute to see so early. Even more so with the Greed Dragon, but I think we're just not going to worry about it. I think we're going to take Cleansing Water, even though it mostly isn't that impressive in Monster Train 2. It still provides some value, but it's whatever. Okay. So, you're going to go there, you're going to go there. You're basically just a slightly better shield steward at the moment, but that's okay. You're going to get that, you're going to shift, and we'll kill you just so we don't have to get the Blight. And then we do some sweet, delicious shifting. And we shift, and we murder, so that we are less likely to not draw our shift cards. Well, you're going to hurt our Pyre. Who cares? Removing Reanimate is pretty nice. Yes, but... Like, that is basically the best use case for Cleansing Water in this game. And even then, there's a good chance that it largely doesn't matter. It would have been nice to put the Lava Armor on here. Doesn't matter. We wanted to do more shifting. Sampire. Oh, this is the Dupe Pyre. Yes, this is the Dupe Pyre. Doesn't matter that Fel dies. All that matters is that we got more shifts. And there we go. Ooh, Punk Shredder is actually pretty decent for us. Like, it's a bit awkward to use, but it's not bad with Unchained Fel. Yeah, I'll take that. Would be kind of nice to take the Golden Touch if I'd taken the, Horde extension, whatever that's called. Expanded Coffers, I think it's called. But we didn't take that. And we can't take Pyre Ball. But we could take either of the others. I think we're just going to skip. Okay, so we're going here. Remove Consume is not bad. Okay, I'm gonna take Demonic Fledgling. I kind of want that spell chain. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're just gonna do this and have a 0-cost Selfless Sacrifice. And that's pretty good. Specifically, 0-cost, remove, consume, Selfless Sacrifice. It's just going to get better and better over time. And then Greed Dragon goes there, who cares, and that's as good as we get. What I really want now is things like Quick for Fel, specifically the Quick Dagger. Do you like Fledgling, Demonic Fledgling style? I hate the little blighter. Yeah, I like it. It's a good unit. I've seen a lot of people complaining about it recently, and I don't think it warrants that. It's a pretty solid unit. I definitely prefer it over Battle Dancer. Okay, we're gonna do it like that. And then you are dying. Okay. I thought I was gonna have to shoot him to make sure I got the kill, but nope. We got enough attack this way. Everyone prefers anything over Battle Dancer. That's not true. There are so many people who speak positively about Battle Dancer who speak very negatively about Demonic Fledgling. Which I strongly disagree with. I do want to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but I think we're just going to do this and make life a little better. Okay. So he gets to renew his Valor armor, which is nice because he took damage, yada yada yada. Here we are. Everything's fine. Doesn't really matter what I do here. We're taking the 1 damage, but that's fine because it was worth an extra shift for us. And there we go. I forgot that that's the sound that the trample bird makes. Okay, so we cannot take Divinity. We could take Cleave. And we could take Upbeat Warbler. Now, both Upbeat Warbler and Cleave are okay for us. Kinda want the Cleave, kinda don't want the Cleave. I think we're gonna not take the Cleave. And I think we're gonna not take the Upbeat Warbler, though it is okay for us. But we're gonna skip. I'm gonna skip on these, so Dragon's Breath is good. Also, we could have had expanded coffers with Golden Touch and Alchemy, which would have been really cute. Plus, also Greed Dragon. Like, we had basically all the Horde-shaped things. And we didn't take them. Band achievement in the hat trick challenge would be impressive. Yeah, that would be quite something. We're not going to do that. Plus, I already have that achievement. There's a lot of achievements I don't have, but that one I do. Yeah, we're going to skip. Dragon's Breath is good, but we want to focus on the shifting and other things. I honestly might just go here looking for, like, Quick Dagger. Because that's pretty solid. Also, I need to take that off screen. Of note, I can't dupe with Life Mother's Pyre at Merchant of Arms. It only works at the other shops. Shiftblade wouldn't be bad either. Yeah, that's also true. I'm okay with going here. Cursed Dragon Staff is pretty okay. Void Armament is sort of intriguing. God, but if I buy it, I don't have enough for other things. Could also take Imprisoned Zephyr. The problem with Imprisoned Zephyr is that if I'm trying to use the Punk Shredder, it doesn't work nearly as well for that. Yeah, we're just not going to worry about it. It would be a bunch of free shifts, though, kind of. But we're not going to worry. I was thinking about Bloodthirsty Blade. I think I will take Cursed Twin Blade. Don't think I'm taking Bloodthirsty Blade. Let's do this first in case we give up our HP. We didn't. I could use this as a way to get out the Punk Shredder. I wish with this box you could just not put 3 total things in. I don't really like large mystery box. I actually might just use this as a way to get rid of some units. Or I do this. Honestly, not the worst. Really wish that I had a second Selfless Sacrifice, though. The 0-cost one. Yeah, fine. Done. Okay. Well, it's Knockback Archeon, which is honestly not that bad for us since it's just more shift action. Although, how much damage does he do? I think the answer is enough that he kills our dudes. Because I think he does 13. Well, let's find out. Yes, and this is exactly why we enjoy things like Selfless Sacrifice. Okay, and Fel is the one who ends up with the Valor Armor, which is definitely a lot more important to us. We will let you get a little bit of Valor Armor, I guess. Who really cares? We're in pretty decent position already. Box needs some rectangle gems. Yeah, I guess I'll just equip that to you for a little bit more survivability. Because Fel is definitely, like, far and away our damage output right now. I did forget that I have Cursed Twin Blade that I want to put on you at some point, though. I could do that, and I think we will do that even if I get the sap, whatever. Alright, we take some pyre damage. Oh well, sometimes you take pyre damage. Wouldn't it be min-maxing to only fill top floor so the boss would trigger shift as often as possible, just memeing? Kind of yes, kind of no. He still has to go to another floor every other turn. And by getting rid of more units from my deck, I'm able to draw into my shift cards sooner and more frequently. So it kind of evens out. Oh, I do have Trample as well. I don't think I get to a point where I kill him. I'm just going to kill the backliner there. And we're just going to play you out. And that's going to be good enough. Okay, well, we got rid of his spikes, I guess. Would like to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but it's also not my priority. My priority is shifting a whole ton. There we go. Yeah, and Demonic Fledgling already doing a lot of damage. There we go. Just needed Fel up front because the Demonic Fledgling does the most damage for us right now, and Fel has more survivability. So in multiple ways, it just buys us a lot more damage output. Okay. So don't need Hell Furnace. Smelted Treasure, not really appealing to me. It's okay, but it's not really what I want. Spike of the Banish is okay for us. Not really what we want, though. I probably should have taken the Cleave that was offered earlier, and I didn't. We'll skip. Not what we need right now. I think we just want Ember to start. Though Draw is probably what we're going to take next. Capacity is also good, but I think this is all we really care about. Like, the Merchant of Trinkets is kind of cute. Pretty confident I just want to go here for a multitude of reasons. I mean, one way or another, this is definitely Unchained 2. Still don't want Imprisoned Zephyr. Don't want Glass Cannon, though it's sort of okay for us. And don't want Enchanted Chamber. I am reasonably happy to just go Dualism quick with you, though. Also, just giving you HP is also fairly appealing. I would take Enchanted Chamber, to be honest, for bottom floor to ping off units with Pyre. With Firestarter, not Pyre. I was wondering what you meant. And also, that doesn't matter. It's not wildly important to our needs. It's mostly just a distraction from what we want to be doing. Yeah, I'm okay with doing this. And then we're gonna dupe the box. I would also kind of like to dupe the Demonic Fledgling. We're not duping the Demonic Fledgling. We are duping the box, though. Would also love to get rid of other things, yada yada yada. Here we are. But we're in pretty decent shape. Duping the box so many times makes our defense tremendously better. The Demonic Fledgling also hits a lot harder now. Unfortunately, I still can't play out that Steward because I don't have capacity. Corruption Seraph gonna suck? Not really, because we are gonna have tons of damage shields. And we have Quick on him now, and so he can also cleave through a bunch of enemies because we do have Trample. The Reanimate kind of fucks with Trample. Whatever, that's fine. We're also hoping to get Quick for Fel, so then she can also murder things. But point is, it's not actually that bad. Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, we'll just do that. I don't care about taking the Pyre damage. Caring about Pyre damages for chumps. Well, Can't kill you, sadly. Alright, he does lose damage on attack, but also he gains damage on attack, so it, you know, doesn't actually hurt too much. Yeah, I probably should have done that a little differently, but that's fine. And thus, he does some pretty solid work for us, thanks to the quick. And yes, I generate a pretty decent amount of damage shields. And I have a lot more shift now that I've copied the box so many times. Unfortunately, Fel is never ending up in front to benefit from the Valor armor. I'm not too worried about that, though. I have some Pyre Gel. I think we're fine either way. Like, I still got a good chunk of damage shields on. And that's more or less all that I care about. Especially since with the trample, I just very easily cleave through and already start dealing damage to him. And then, even though our bird dies, doesn't matter. We murder pretty nicely. Everlasting Light is cute. God, they really want me to have Imprisoned Zephyr. Do I actually need Everlasting Light, though? I think I don't. So I'm going to skip it. It is a great card, but not too important. Sacrificial Chamber. Do I want Sacrificial Chamber? Also, again, we have seen basically, like, every single, like, Dragon Sword thing so far. Because we saw Guildmonger, we saw Soul Smelter, we saw Golden Touch, and Alchemy, and we saw Expanded Coffers, and with how much Horde we would have been generating, there's a good chance we could have seen the other Horde generation minor artifact. I don't think we really need Sacrificial Chamber, but it is kind of cute. I think we'll just skip. I think it just distracts from what I want to be doing. I don't think we need this. I think we're just going to go for the dupe, and maybe we see something we care about here. Like, in the ideal world, we get Karmic Sensor. That is not Karmic Sensor, unsurprisingly. Don't need. Okay, let's greed for the reroll. And there's Karmic Sensor. Shift triggers an additional time. I will take it. I do want another Demonic Fledgling. Oh well. We're gonna do another small gift box. Also, I'm gonna get rid of something. We're gonna get rid of you, I guess. Okay, we should be in pretty good shape overall. Fel's already up to 55 Valor. The Demonic Fledgling is already was pretty strong, now is a lot stronger. Fel actually gets her Valor armor for once. Okay, you can go there. I do wish that I had Split Anvil for this, but I don't. Let's equip that there so that it's out of my deck, I guess. And then we just cleave through them all. Or more specifically, trample. But you got the point. Alright, we take damage. We don't play out the Cursed Twinblade. But who really cares about that turn of events? Well, that's a disappointing hand. But okay, fine. We do lose a few damage shields, but I'm pretty okay with that still. You can have that. You still die pretty quickly, since this guy just does 20 damage per hit. But he gets a little bit of Pyrogel on him. Maybe that will matter. I think we'll be okay. Even with all of his 20 reanimate. We already cleave through his health. And then we just start beating him down 5 attacks per round. And if he did somehow get through all of Fell's damage shields, we still have a good chunk of them on the fledgling. This guy's a blessing if you Soul Smelter. I mean, if you have any sort of, like, Slay or Harvest trigger, yeah. It's very nice. Shield of Wing is good, but not necessary. Lead Songbird is kind of cute. Again, that is our third Hymnus that was offered on this run. Not that we took the second one, but, you know. Demonize I don't take often, but it's not bad. And honestly, like, with us using Trample, like, it is strong. I don't know that I want it, though. Like, 3 Ember is a lot for us, kind of. I think we're just gonna skip. Superheat is a no. These are all no's. Though Dragon's Breath is good. I think I'm still going to go for Merchant of Arms. There is a lot of like good I can do at the Merchant of Magic. But we're going to go here. Fight Club's not necessary. Bloodsoaked Arena is cute, but really not necessary. Not what I was hoping for. Let's do this first. If not now, when? I take the Unstable Shard almost all the time. I think we're still taking it now. I was just debating if I really am okay with giving up all that HP. But I think the answer is yes. On the other hand, like, I don't really need it. The main thing it does is it protects me from a bad turn 1. But even then, I think I'm pretty okay without it. I think I'm just going to skip, even though, I don't know. I always hate just taking the heal. It's fine, but I don't really care about Pyre HP in the way that some players do. And it does mean that goes to waste, whatever, fine. Okay, well, let's Kale it up. Don't love the spikes, but we could just set up on bottom floor now. And I think we will. I need to get rid of the stupid Shield Steward that I can't play out. Yeah, I think I need to do that. Yeah, I don't love you getting the corruption, but it is what it is. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I don't love it, but... this is exactly what I was trying to avoid, more or less. I really need to give you more damage shields. Okay. Punk Shredder, pretty important to our general life plan. And now we should be in much better shape. I do appreciate that Kale never got to eat from the morsel, so we didn't get any spikes. Alright, let's just stack the damage shields on you. We should be fine. Would have been funny if you needed 12 HP to live. I think the words you're looking for is it would have been soul-crushingly sad. But yeah, again, this is more or less why, like, it's exactly what I was talking about, where we almost had a bad, really bad turn one that would have been mitigated by just the higher stats. But it's fine. Like, the extra unit stats don't sound that impressive, but they do make up a fair bit of difference. Yeah, I may as well fire starter you, I guess. Yeah, Demonic Fledgling is pretty good. Greedy Dragon got the short end of the stick. Yeah, we definitely could have done things with Greedy Dragon, but we didn't. And there's the last Hymnist. Well, we could have gotten the band back together, kind of. Like, it would have been still a little bit of a challenge to play them on the same floor, but we could have. Could have done it. That said, do I want the Hymnist, or do I just want to dupe a dude? I kind of just want to dupe a Fledgling. Because, like, I can take Capacity right now, but I would still only be able to put one of the two down. On the other hand, I could do Soldier of Fortune, which would let us draw the Hymnist, guaranteed turn one if we hit Intrinsic on it. That's not what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for. And I think I lean a lot more heavily towards that. It does mean, of course, that I won't have Soldier of Fortune for next run, but that's fine. We haven't used up all that many things, so we have a good spread of things available to us still, so I'm pretty okay with that. I will take the Capacity so we can do another Demonic Fledgling. And I guess I'm going to go here one more time. Also, the removals are nice, but... Alright, Unchained 3. She gets Multi-Strike now. Echo Vault's kind of cute, if a little buggy. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. Zone of Silence is not bad. I don't think I need it, though. Might be nice just to deal with some of the Corruption on Death dudes, but I think I don't really care. It's just very expensive to take and doesn't dramatically improve my situation. I need to get rid of you, and I need to get rid of you. Also, could get rid of the Greed Dragon, because he means nothing to me. Well, we're setting him on the bottom floor. And hopefully, we get the... either the Soldier of Fortune or the Trample Bird on turn one. There we go. Also, the Cleansing Water was kind enough to get rid of these spikes on that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Fel up front. Or I'm going to put this up front so I can shift Fel to the front. So that she can get all of the Valor armor. Although it does mean that, like, he didn't get any shift bonus yet. That's fine. And I guess I'll just give that some Pyrogel so we can work on killing it. I don't know. Okay, let's get to work. No. Well, I was afraid of that, but so be it. What am I gonna do about that? Unfortunately, we're not killing the backliner there. Oh well. I probably should have just played out the Cursed Twinblade so you could have an extra attack so I could get that guy, but we didn't. We at least don't have to deal with his reanimate, which helps. Again, unfortunately, not getting rid of that guy. We are going to take some fire damage from them, but whatever. Oh well. I guess let's do the Twin Blade now. Just so I have less enemies escaping. Doesn't matter too much. They're not going to get to the pyre as long as I kill the boss on bottom floor, which I'm going to kill the boss on bottom floor. It is annoying in that they're generating Scourge cards for me again, but whatever. There we go. As long as Fel is up front to tank a couple hits, we're good. Unfortunately, I was losing my damage shields to the Corruption and the couple enemies I wasn't killing. And so the Demonic Fledgling was not in great shape to take the hits from Rax. God, they really want me to have Everlasting Light. Normally would have taken it. It is very good. Shield of Wing, also very good. Deadly Plunge, not worth her right now for us. Once again, continuing the trend of making sure we get every single one of the Horde-based things. Here's Inequivalent Exchange and Payoff. We're going to skip them, along with the Priorborn Brain Spike. And then we're going here. I do want the Split Anvil. Those don't matter to me. I mean, technically Chain to the Valkyrie matters a little bit, but I don't think it matters any way that I care about. Sinner's Salve will take, and then unfortunately Spirit Breaker's Charge doesn't help. And Prismatic Dragon Scale, again, Horde focus doesn't help me right now. I don't need Holy Stone. I do want Intrinsic. And I guess we'll remove Consume on the box. Okay, so I do get... Yeah, there's nothing here that I wanted. Just want to double check. So I do get one free dupe. So we're going to do that. And then we're also going to dupe the box. And the box. And then we're just going to remove some cards. Could get rid of the Lava Armors. Honestly, not the worst thing. Mostly don't care. Not doing the Twin Blade. No, it's a little cumbersome for me, and it's just not that important. Especially not in a world where I now have a second Demonic Fledgling. Like, we'll be okay. We'll get rid of the Greed Dragon. He's been worthless for us. I do feel a little cheesy removing units at the very end of the run. Oh well. I feel less bad about it in a world where it was my randomly chosen starter card. Which wasn't a thing in Monster Train 1. It's purely new to Monster Train 2. But either way, we'll get rid of some fire starters. They are essentially worthless for me. We'll get rid of one more. And we should be good. Oh, except I don't have the money for Soldier of Fortune. I don't think that matters. Pretty confident that it still draws the unit. It just doesn't give them the bonuses. But I knew there was something I was forgetting about. And here he is anyways. Okay, so we're gonna move you up front so then we can move Fel to have her end in front. Because we want her to be generating all the Valor armor and absorbing the corruption. It's just better for us. And thanks to the Split Anvil, I largely make most of my hand free, which is nice. Okay, just like before, we do that, and then I can't play with the lava armor. That's fine. We're still doing almost 900 damage to Dominion. Unfortunately, these guys do lose a bunch of damage shields. I am generating a lot of damage shields, so it's not like the end of all things. But it would also maybe be nice to let them end up front to get the Valor armor occasionally, so we can be kind of swapping that around. But I was trying to avoid having them get the corruption. Doesn't matter now that Dominion has given them corruption, but still. Well, you can have some Pyre Gel, Fel will get a little bit more corruption. And then we just kind of explode all the enemies. Okay, well, we'll give that to you, I guess. Yeah, you don't have as much Valor, but still. Alright. Yeah, I do miss out on one permanent shift for Fel, but that's okay. She's also not really the main point of my deck right now. Like, she does damage. She's not bad for us, but she's definitely not the star player here. Which is not commonly the case with Unchained Fel, at least. Yeah, I'll still move Fel up front. We'll do this. We are largely just trampling through them. Unfortunately, that guy still has Reanimate, which makes us waste some hits. Largely doesn't matter. We're doing okay, and our deck, as you may have noticed, is basically all just shift cards, half of which also grant damage shields. And there we go. But yeah, the demonic fledglings, they stack up power real good and quick. I mean, again, that's partly because they have the double shift, But even with the double shift, they'd still be hitting like 350, 400 attack pretty easily, whatever. Which is not bad. Okay, on to the Titans. So far, been a pretty easy run. I wasn't really expecting to struggle with Fel all that much. Obviously, there's still a chance that we flub it on Savior, but for the most part, I'm not too concerned. Quadruple scaling is good. Yeah, turns out. I mean, it's just a good unit in general. Yeah, it is annoying that I don't have the gold for you, but whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, we definitely want Fel to end up in front so she gets all 278 armor. Well, it's more than that, but she's losing a little bit to the corruption. Either way, the point is, it's just better for us. I guess I'll give you the Pyre Gel. I maybe should have given it to you. Doesn't really matter. We have tons of Pyre HP since we got the extra HP from the Divine Shard. We're not really too concerned. And, like, yes, Entropy is going to try to give us sap. Oh, no. Somehow we'll have to learn to deal with that. Alright. We should make pretty short work of this. Again, as usual, it's basically just going to come down to Dominion wasting our time, as is so often the case. Since, like, with Quick and Trample, we're not really ever worried about the enemies. I also generate tons of damage shields, a good amount of armor as well. Yeah, whatever, you can go up front. Like, I do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage to kill Savagery there, so we are going to have to waste one more go-around, but meh. Okay, Entropy's almost done. Once again, the Garfield box proving itself to be an incredibly powerful event. Small gift box in particular is just very strong. I mean, like, they're all good to some reason or another. I basically never take the large box, but that's probably just because I hate randomness and having junk cards added to my deck, but even that is pretty good. I would say that the small box is generally the strongest option, though. If you had more control over the unit box, it would be also pretty powerful, but it is a little more awkward than one wants. Also, I definitely could have done more shifting here if I had done this in a better order. Doesn't matter. We're not anywhere close to needing it. Ta-da! Alright, well that was run number 2. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. Hopefully, we do not flub it on Savior. Savior shouldn't be too hard. Like, it's been a while since we've used Savior just because it's, I don't know. Like, I definitely tend towards doing Unchained just because it's fun to get the permanent Valor and all that, but so be it. Okay, so this was Unchained with what were we using this time? Why am I blanking on what it was? It was Life Mothers. And then for units, we had Demonic Fledgling. And we had Punk Shredder. What's this challenge? I'll explain in one moment. And those are the only units, right? Pretty sure. Yep, okay. And then as far as spells, so we had the small gift box, and we had Selfless Sacrifice. I believe that's the name of the card, right? Yes, that is the name of the card. Oh, I just realized this is not even on screen for you guys. There we go. Anyway, Selfless Sacrifice, Soldier of Fortune. God, yeah, I'm really running out of space. We're gonna have to shrink the text, sadly. Oh well. And I think that's all the spells, and then we didn't do any rooms. We did have Lava Armor and Cursed Twin Blade, and that should be everything. Looks like that fits for now, so we don't have to shrink it yet. Anyways, so to explain, since you asked, we are doing Hat Trick Challenge. It's a community-made challenge dating back to Monster Train 1. Essentially, we are doing 3 back-to-back runs with a particular champion/clan combo. On each of those runs, we are using a single one of their champion paths. And any cards that we used in a winning run can't be used in the subsequent runs. So, for instance, we're on the 3rd run right now with Fel. We already did Vanguardian. We just did Unchained. We still have to do Savior Fel. And you can see on screen the cards that we've used so far. We're also swapping Pyre each time as well. It's just we can't do the same Pyre each time. But so essentially, we have to budget the cards from the clan combo across all 3 runs. Is more or less the goal of it. It's definitely going to be a lot easier with some champions than others. But here we are. Anyways, so we have to do Savior now. And so that means that if a Savior isn't offered, we just have to re-roll until it is. That said, we already used Life Mothers and Bogworms. What do we want for Savior? Winged Spirit is underwhelming. I hate Malakas. I hate Pyre of Entropy. I'm not going to use Pyre of Dominion. Herzl's Horde and Fear's Greed are both very good. Echo of the Time Father is okay. Like, I kind of want to be mostly using the ones that I don't use all that often. So, like, Echo of the Time Father, Bogworm, Life Mother, Heart of the Pact. Nonetheless, I think we're going to just take Herzl's here. And there we go. So, again, if we don't get Savior, we have to re-roll. So it doesn't really matter until we see if that's an option. It's not an option, so we gotta re-roll. I don't care that it breaks the win streak. Okay, so we're taking Savior. And now to evaluate what we actually have. Challenges, okay. It would have been a lot more helpful last run when we had Trample. But I don't really have any way to get Trample now. Guildmonger is fine. Not really what we want to be messing with, so it's basically just going to go on a lower floor and die, but that's fine. Pirate Cask is fine. Not particularly exciting. Okay. Those are not bad. I'm going to tell you right now, pretty confident we're going to take Golden Idol. Just getting it at the beginning of the run like this represents so much extra gold. Lost Luggage is good, but the extra gold will make a huge difference to us over time. Okay. So, you're going to go there to die. You go there. You go there. We have tons of deployment ember. And we do want to just use Fel's ability on cooldown right now, since it does gain her Valor, and we just want to build up Valor. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of you, but we're going to play you to soften that guy up. Okay. Yeah, I wish I'd drawn you at a different time. But that's fine. Like, these guys aren't terribly threatening, but they do slow down our draw, and I don't really want our draw slowed down. Nonetheless, we'll just build up the Valor for now. Well, not the most helpful things. So it's cooldown 3. I'm going to wait until he gets to top 4 then. We're going to take a little bit of pyro damage. Who cares? Whatever. I don't have particularly good offense right now, so it is what it is. We definitely want that. I think we're going to be okay overall. Yeah, because it looks a little dodgy until we just give ourselves 20 more armor. Also, we give you a bunch more Pyro Gel. And then we make pretty easy work of you. And even if he did get to the Pyre, whatever, we'd take a bit of damage, we would have been okay. Okay, so we somehow made it this far without taking Rising Rage, because it just wasn't offered before. I probably would have taken it if it were, just because it's a very good card. I didn't even look really at which bosses we're up against. Entropy's not that bad for us. It's not... We probably would have preferred Savagery, maybe. Dominion's the only one we really didn't want to see, just because I burned a lot of the damage shield cards already. Although, like, Savior's still pretty decent into Dominion, and there's a lot of ways I could make it work. Kale is Kale, and Archeon is Archeon. Anyways, Rising Rage is good. And unless we hit Savagery's Final Assault in Ring 7, we're not even going to get punished if we try to set up on top floor. Cleave is also pretty appealing, though. And I might go with Cleave, because I don't know how well my damage output's going to be. I do really like Rising Rage, though. Okay, we'll take Cleave. And then again, I can take any of these. Don't really care about Lava Flow. Flicker's good, but not as helpful in a world where I just took Cleave. Alchemy kind of is useful in a world where I have Guildmonger. It's also just generally okay. Fine, I'll take it, even though it comes with a Blight. Now, what do I want to do? Banish units are not bad. We can still see, like, Battle Dancer, which is fine. We can see any of the rare units, which is unlikely, but pretty okay. I think we probably want to go for a Pyroborn unit. And just generally getting some offense here, even if we just take, like, the Basic attack stone would not be terrible for us. And then we might go to the Merchant of Arms. Getting Shield of Wing would be good. Getting, like, Bloodthirsty Blade would be good, since I saved that. Lots of other things we could do. Anyways. Okay. I can't take Gold Tooth. I did already expound on how unlikely it was that we were going to get Gold Tooth offered. But, weirdly enough, we did get it offered in both the first and the third run, so can't take that, otherwise I would. So I guess we're taking Magma Mauler. It's not my ideal unit, but I'll take it. Kind of just want to do the Smidge Stone. I do want to do the Smidge Stone. Unfortunately, I don't have enough for, like, Multi-Strike or Dualism if I re-roll. I don't think I want to do the Strength Stone. I could do Endless here. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing Endless there. Is it a bit of a waste? Kind of, yes. But who knows? We'll try to do some things with Horde and live a great and wonderful life. I guess we're setting up top floor so I can not let quite all of those guys pass by. I do need to keep in mind that I get a lot more deployment number as well. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. So, we're gonna pull you up front so you die because we don't... Actually, I could have done the challenge and not got myself hurt as badly. I did totally forget, by the way, that most of the guys are gonna have haste, and therefore putting him on mid-floor, not that helpful. I did it so I could kill one of these guys. Still not ideal. But that's fine. Anyway, so we're letting some leaks through. I'm getting rid of the haste enchanters, so we're at least not having as many units stacked on top floor this coming turn. Okay, we'll kill you. It doesn't really matter because you have enough armor that you were blocking it either way. We're just trying to mitigate how much pyre damage I'm taking. It's not, like, the end of the world if I take some pyre damage. Oh, and I didn't kill that guy anyways. Good time for cleave, I will say. Though it does mean I don't have enough Ember for the Spear Steward or the Calcified Ember. Actually, I'm sorry. We're doing this slightly differently. We're definitely still doing the cleave. That's unassailably true. But we're playing you out instead of doing the Fire Stir. We're still killing this guy either way. I'm not actually taking damage because she has Valor. But this way, life is better. I maybe should have waited on that, but oh well. Unfortunately, because I played you on mid-floor, I don't really get any benefit out of you having Endless. Oh well, I at least get to 4 Horde, which is like a reasonable time to cash out. And then I don't feel comfortable doing this unless I want to take a bunch of damage. I kind of want to just get rid of the Calcified Ember. I'm not going to. And there we go. Okay, bit clumsy. We made it. It's fine. Now, I don't care about Penitent's Bloodsuit. I can't take Selfless Sacrifice. And I already have 2 challenges. I don't think I need a 3rd. I'm gonna skip. I can't take Snotty Whelp. No, I can't take Snotty Whelp. I was thinking Stuck Up Whelp. Could take Snotty Whelp. I don't think I want to take Snotty Whelp. It's kind of cute, though. Can't take Lava Armor. Could take another Pyrocask. Don't really want to take a Pyrocask. I don't think we're taking Snotty Whelp. Not in a world where I already made Magma Mauler small. Among other things. We will loot this, though. None of these really matter to me. I guess I'll take the Insignia. It at least gets it out of the pool for later. I mean, I kind of want to go here. What would we do at the Merchant of Magic? We'd, like, make the Alchemy more playable. We'd look for Holdover on Cleave. Like, that's what we'd really want. Honestly, remove Consume on the Pyrocast would also be okay. But yeah, like, Holdover on Cleave, I think, is, like, the ideal for us. Also, getting another unit is not unwelcome, since I do have tons of Deployment Ember. And currently I have what we in the biz call bad damage output. Great. Perfect. Love it. Although I should look at a unit first, just in case. I can take either of those. I don't have any equipment currently. I think we still want Sword Maiden, though, because I'm not really going to be doing shifting. I can technically do a little shifting, but I think I'm still okay just taking Sword Maiden. I just don't know how well we're actually going to utilize her, but that's fine. Holdover and Cleave. That's the thing we want. I could do Holy Stone. I'll tell you right now, I don't care. Could do it. Don't think I care. I think we're just doing Intrinsic on the Cleave. I think that's good enough. And then I maybe just minus cost Alchemy. I'm going to minus cost the Alchemy. Because otherwise it gets awkward for me with the holdover and things. Well, what do we want here? I might just take Canio. The extra attack is nice for the moment. It might be worth it. And Perkio's fine. We're not really in any sort of position to utilize it super well. There are sort of ways we can kind of pivot to it being helpful, but mostly just not what we care about. Not with this deck, at least. Yeah, I don't love it, but we're going to take Grosh Michelle. At least the knockback isn't going to bother us too much. Okay, so you're going to go on bottom floor. And then we're just going to play out other things. Okay, I would love to Pyrocast you. We're going to do that. We're actually going to do this slightly different. Perkio for the hat would have been appropriate. I mean, Canio also comes with a hat. Okay, so now we get slightly more armor. We're going to do that, and we're going to do that. Just so that I for sure have some decent damage output against you. And then you go back up front, because that's the thing that we desperately want in our life. We'll kill you, I guess, so that you don't heal. Anyways, our dude dies. That's okay. That's a 1 sweet horde. For a moment, I thought I didn't draw him for some reason, even though he was right there. Let's do that and then that. Would love to get rid of the Calcified Ember. Don't think we're getting rid of the Calcified Ember. Because I do really want to hold on to the Cleave. So, we're going to hold on to the Cleave. And we didn't use Fell's ability for a multitude of reasons. Well, the banana broke, but oh well. Mostly so that we can guarantee that we come back up front right now. Okay. Hey look, he's back again! Hey look! He's made another appearance! Although I'm not... Maybe I don't want to play him out, actually. You know what? I'm not going to play you out. Because I want to play out the Alchemy, and I still want to play this out. Yeah, I get sapped this way, which does suck, but fine. Okay, and then Savior ability is up again right now. And then we just do a bunch of damage too. We were already winning before that, but now we're winning better. We did take some amount of damage. Our deck is still questionable, but more or less pretty decent. Tome of the Lost Path is not bad for us. Tome of Contracts would be great if we had any unit that cared about it. And by that I mean, what am I talking about? I have Savior Fell. She does care about it. Yeah, we'll take Tome of Contracts. The only one I can't take is Soldier of Fortune. But... And there's Hothead, which I do want to see. I think we're gonna take Hothead, though I am still somewhat lacking in the ability to use it well. The Ember is appealing, but I also maybe just want Capacity since I didn't take Rising Rage, and I just skipped on the Banished Tome. I think I am going to take Capacity. We're definitely going to loot. And please give me things I care about. Medallion's okay. Shale Shell's kind of cute. I'm going to take the Shale Shell for now. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't get a real artifact until 6 Horde. Which would have been nice, but I didn't want to hold out for that. What I really want is Spirit Breaker Charge. I kept wanting to say like Pyre Breaker, and I knew that was the wrong name. But we saw it on a prior run. After using an ability, friendly units gain +5 attack. Like, that is good for us. I think we're going here for the upgrades. I kind of want to go here looking for Spirit Breaker Charge, because it is just very useful for us. Nonetheless, so is going here. Okay, Savior 2. Which just increases the amount of Valor that she gains, more or less. Hall of Mirrors is cute, but not really applicable to our needs. I will take the Mind Cage, because that means that we can put that on either Fel or the Hothead for good use. So we're going to do that. Multi-strike. Might one on the Mauler. I think we'll just put that on the Mauler. I think I'm okay with just giving you some attack. What would I want on a reroll here? Smidge Stone, I guess? Dualism would also be maybe okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'm just mostly worried about my damage output. So, getting some things to help with that seems reasonable. I think I need to set up on bottom floor or mid floor as much as I'd like to avoid it. Well, yeah, let's put you there. And then you get that, I think. Okay, unfortunately can't use his ability unless there are actual enemies on this floor. At least I have the cleave to ensure that we're not having to deal with the Scourge dudes. I actually probably should have put the Mind Cage on Fel, but I didn't. I mean, we can still mitigate that nonetheless. Once again, not playing... Oh, you're right there. For some reason, I was thinking I had no unit on top floor, even though I'm looking right at it. Anyways. I would like to do other things. I kind of need to be using the cleave on bottom floor, though. Because, like, I can't get to a point where I'm not killing those guys. Otherwise, it gets out of control and real bad. My units do have a lot of extra attack, thanks to the banana. And yes, we're doing that so that he can die, so that I can get him back right here, so I can get slightly higher horde. Unfortunately, we're not at the point yet where Fel gives that, or gives armor to the whole floor. It's not that big a deal. And we are still generating some extra armor since we have the Shale Shell. But it's not the same. Either way, we get the kill. Unfortunately, we can't do anything with Guildmonger, so we still cap out at 4 horde, which is fine. It just would be nice if we were hitting, like, 6. I could just not collect. Yeah, we'll take Everlasting Light. Even though it's yet another Calcified Ember. Cursed Dragon Staff is cute. Dragon's Breath is also not bad. Soul Smelter, also kind of interesting. The more things I take here, the more I do dilute what the Sword Maiden is going to draw. But maybe that's okay. I think I'm going to skip. I kind of want the Dragon's Breath, but I'm just not going to. I'm just gonna loot right now. I will take the Sharpened Teeth. It's a fairly good increase in power. And does help mitigate if Cavendish ever breaks. I have 3 Calcified Embers. Don't love that. I'm gonna go here. Don't know what we're gonna do with that info, but... interesting set of options. Don't care about Hef's Hammer. You get 4th Ember from duping. Yeah, sure. I mean, the Spell Sanctum is pretty decent for me in that it means that I can start playing my Cleave for free. And that makes it easier to start getting rid of some of the Calcified Embers and all that. So I think that's what we're doing. Fight Club is not bad, but I'm not setting up on 3rd floor all the time. I could, but I don't know. I don't really need Volat's Tuning Fork if I'm using the Spell Sanctum. Fear's Inferno is cute. I don't know how much I actually need it, though. An Artificial Pyre Stone. I've got 8 currently. If I want to use more Sword Maidens, that might be a problem. Don't think I need to use more Sword Maidens. I'm going to pick this up just because it's very good to have. I feel like I should probably take Guild Marker or Golden Gloves. I think we're just taking Guild Marker. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll get rid of one of you. As for what we're duping, great question. Might dupe the Alchemy. Might dupe the Tome of Contracts. Might dupe the Cleave. Just gonna dupe the Tome of Contracts. Unfortunately, it's not, like, augmented at all. If it were upgraded, there's a lot of good things I could do with it. Oh well. Okay. So we're gonna play you on bottom floor. I think we're still gonna play these guys on mid. Even though it'd be kind of nice to go to top floor. I did kind of forget that I sort of wanted to do the Mind Cage on Fel, but that's okay. It's still good on the Hothead. It does basically solve our Wretch problem here. I appreciate that you guys are strong enough to kill him. That is definitely appealing to my needs. And yes, by doing that, I am sort of depriving Fel of some of the Everlasting Light procs, but And then we'll just shoot our own dude so they can kill him for us. How kind of them. Once again, didn't play out the Calcified Ember because I really want to do other things. Oh well. It's worth it, more or less, even if it feels bad. Slightly wrong ordering on my part, but hey. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let's do this slightly differently. Because I do want my dude to die as often as possible. So, What we're actually going to do is we're going to do that. And then the rest of this is more or less the same. Although I should have done that before I played the spell. Oh well. Because then I could have avoided the sap, and that would have been nice. Again, technically wrong order, but who cares? We should be pretty fine. I don't remember what the difference between 8 and 6 is. I think I have more choices. Either way, we'll do it. It does mean, once again, I'm not playing out the Calcified Ember. Oh well. Alright, and then, like, 20 damage a turn is not a small amount of damage, but it doesn't matter when I've got enough defense and enough hits that we still make pretty short work of him. I do like Benediction. I don't know how important it is right here, but that's probably what we're taking. Wings Radiance is cute, but not really to our needs, and Heroic Dive is not bad. It is an overstack card, which I do like. But we'll take the Benediction. It's hard for me to cast, but it's a bit of extra... I don't know. It was probably unnecessary. I get plenty of defense from Savior anyways. I do want Flaming Talons. It's just very good. Shift triggers additional time does not matter to me. I will take Magma Core, because that's pretty decent. It's not Spirit Breaker's Charge like I was hoping for, but it's not bad. So I do have an upgrade slot open on the Hothead. Or I can just go here and look for, like, deployable on, like, the Mind Cage. I could even merge it with the Everlasting Light, and that's pretty okay, though I'm getting into difficult amounts of Ember. I think that's still what we're doing, though. No. Shield of Wing is cute. Might want that. How much HP does Savior have at rank 3 anyways? 45. It's not insane, but it's certainly not bad. And it would go to 55 with the shield itself. I mean, it's not a bad pickup. Okay, so what are we looking at as far as deployment ever? So I've currently got 11 because I did take the Pyre Stone. And so right now that's looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then like 8 with whatever the Sword Maiden draws. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to dupe the Mind Cage. We're then going to buy this and merge a Mind Cage and a Shield of Wing. We're then going to make... I'm tempted to make this one deployable in the chance that we see Attuned Whetstone, in which case then this could be drawn for free. But I also think I don't care. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Nah, we'll do it this way. We are going to remove the Everlasting Light, though. It's good, but I'm not putting it to good use at all, so we'll just get rid of it and make things more consistent. And that's fine. Important question, do you have a fancy graphic for keeping track of the challenge? Not yet. I was going to make one today, and things happened and didn't get to it. Not that we're going to make anything too involved. I was just going to have a line of the champions side by side so we can just X out which champions we've done. We also haven't finished any of the champions yet, so it's a moot point until we start actually finishing champions. But the tracker that I used for it before in Monster Train 1 was this one, which is nice, but I don't think we necessarily really need to be listing which of the champion paths we've done, since I can also just list them on the same tracker I'm listing like which cards we've used. So I think I'm just gonna make one that's just showing off the champion faces like this, and just add the Monster Train 2 champions. If there are more things you would like to see on that tracker that you think will fit in the space allowed, let me know and I will take that under advisement. Okay, so Fel gets that, you get that, and then we still have enough to play out you and you. But yeah, we should have a graphic up for that soon. Okay, we're just gonna kill those and still let you die. You're gonna get that, and then do that. And then you can have some Pyrogel. Do some factions have more than one champion? Every faction has 2 champions. And so on like this one that we were using for Monster Train 1, it is just the original champion on the left column and the alternate champion on the right column. So what it's going to do is just put both champions for a faction, for all the Monster Train 1 factions in the left column. Actually, probably the Monster Train 2 champions, since that's how the logbook shows them. And then move the Monster Train 1 champions to the right column. You did use that path tracker as a memory aid between streams. Yeah, kind of, but also, like, I can just leave this tracker with the info of which streams or which paths we've used in between streams. Like, it should work. And to be clear, I would love to put the path names on that tracker. It's just that it's going to take a lot of, like, space to do that. And the only way I'd be able to make it work is I have to make them so small that the text wouldn't be easily readable on smaller screens. Or I would have to just make it like numbers, like 1, 2, 3. But then you would still have to look at the logbook to know which path corresponds to which, unless you have to memorize like I mostly do. So I don't think that's too helpful for me to bother putting on there, when we could just put the faces, was my thought. Again, if you have thoughts otherwise, and if you like really specifically want certain things on there, let me know. But that was where I was leaning towards. It is weird not needing enemies to attack into Fel. I keep thinking that it's like last run where we had, or not last run, but the first run where we had Vanguardian, where we needed enemies to be attacking to Fel all the time. Also, fuck this. At least we can finally get rid of one of them. I am letting these guys through, but it shouldn't be too bad. They do get more HP, but we do a decent amount of damage. And I have both the... I should have done this first. I have both the Hothead and I have the Cleave. I do get some corruption on Fel, but it shouldn't matter too much. it is nice that we can now use Fell's ability every single turn. I do want to kill you, but I also kind of want to get you killed. So that's what we're going to do. Also, how you doing, Tom? Unfortunately, I get a bunch of Scourge cards this way, but it was sort of worth it. And we're stacking up a lot of armor on Fell. No, Cavendish died! We all knew it was likely to happen at some point, but still. Unfortunately, the Tome of Contracts #2 doesn't really matter at this point, but hey. Also wrong ordering, but that's fine. Who cares? I should maybe have cleaved you, but that's fine. I'm doing okay, pretty tired. Understandable and very relatable. Okay. Unfortunately, can't kill all of those. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, yes, he's gonna get some spikes, but we've already done so much damage to him that we can just kind of murder him without much problem here. Even just dies to Wing Shield. Okay, so we cannot take Sanctuary. This is the first time we've seen Heavensward, by the way. It is the new Banish card that got added in the Lost Arsenal update. Honestly, kind of forgot that it's here. Consume card, ascend friendly units, then advance the highest HP friendly unit on the new floor. So it is just a mass overstack card. It's a kind of weird setup card, but it is good. I don't think we need it here. I kind of want to take it just for mastering, but it's not actually important. I kind of want to take the Blood-Soaked Arena just as a way for Fell to get more Valor, or for the Hothead to get Valor, but it doesn't actually matter to us, and it would require me to get rid of the Spell Sanctum, and the Spell Sanctum is pretty useful for me. It needs to be mastered. I mean, I kind of want to take it, but I don't know. If I don't get Intrinsic on it, it basically doesn't matter to me. And even if I do get Intrinsic on it, it basically doesn't matter to me. I'm going to take it just for mastering, even though it doesn't actually help me. And then I'm going to take Ember, I think. Maybe I just want the draw at this point. Fuck it. I'm taking the draw, even though it would be nice to have the extra Embers so I can get rid of the stupid calcified Embers. We're definitely looting this. I mean, I do have the fire starters. I could use Taskmaster's Lash. I'll just take Medallion of Superiority. Doesn't help. I mean, like, I'll take it. It technically is sort of vaguely helpful, but it's really not terribly useful. Okay. I think we're going to Merchant of Magic, though it would basically be for Benediction. And Tome of Contracts. Sure, fine. The reason for going here is that we'd be able to maybe find something to merge with the Mind Cage for Hothead, which would be nice, but not wildly important now. Alright, Savior 3 it is, which is the same amount of Valor, but now gives armor to the whole floor. Does not help. They're all takeable because I haven't used any, but Not really what we need. Could do Benediction. You know what? Fine. I've got the gold. Who cares? You know what? Done. And then we'll just hold over Benediction, I guess. And then let's get rid of some things. Honestly, might just get rid of the Calcified Embers this way. I think we wait just a little longer because there's vaguely a chance that we end up with some turns where we can freely get rid of them. Also, I don't really need the Benediction. Let's be very clear about that. The -1 Ember per turn is a problem, but I am not going to forego getting 600 gold. So, hey, how's the rubs going? What's the challenge today? Welcome, Boomtech. Good to see you. Give me 1 second to set up our floors, and I will explain. Runs. Yeah, I assumed that was what rubs was supposed to be, but, you know, sometimes people just want to talk differently. Okay, so, to explain briefly, we're doing the Hat Trick Challenge. It's a community-created challenge dating back to Monster Train 1. Essentially, we pick a clan combo, and then we have to do 3 successful runs of back-to-back with that champion and clan combo, using 1 full champion path of that champion for each of the runs. So we're doing Fel. Right now, we have currently already done Vanguardian. We've done Unchained. We're currently now doing Savior. Also, any cards that were used in a winning run cannot be used in the subsequent runs. And so, as you can see with what I put on screen, those are the units and the spells and the rooms and the equipment that we used in the prior runs. So if they show up in drafts, we cannot draft them. So we essentially have to budget the clan combos cards across the 3 runs. It just makes for some interesting plays. Well, we're going to do that, so I don't have to deal with the Scourge card. We'll do that, and that, even though you don't actually need it, but I don't have any other units to use that on. So there we go. Oh, yeah, and I can't even play out any of the Calcified Embers this turn. Not this turn, this fight, because I took the trial. But that's okay. Technically should have given the Valor first, but that's okay. Well, that's okay. We'll get rid of the Calcified Embers somehow. Well, sadly can't play the Benediction, which means I don't get the Pyre Healing, but that's fine. We have a lot of power that we're not really using, which is a little silly. Like, I have the Winged Shield on Feld that is largely getting no benefit, since most enemies aren't ever surviving to get the attack in. As I say that, we then, of course, do show that off, but hey. Okay, so if we do that, we can still go ahead and kill you and get rid of some of the reanimate. And our Guildmonger still keeps dying as one desires. Well, that needs to change. Should have done that first, but we got the kills. Is a lot of cards just for that combo, or for all our future banished runs, for instance? Just for the combo. It's hard enough to get 3 back-to-back wins. That, yeah, it's just limited to that specific champion and clan combo. Like, so far, it hasn't been terribly difficult for Fel. I definitely expect it to be a lot more difficult with some of the upcoming champions. Like, particularly the champions that really benefit from being able to cross path, like Bolette and Wildenten, are going to have a much worse time. But, yeah. Okay, don't need Deadly Plunge, don't need Begone. Don't need any of these. Can't take Stuck Up Well. Don't need Pyroclasm. Don't need Make It Rain, although we do have a lot of gold for it. Come on, give me something I care about. Don't need Hidden Coffers. We'll happily take Hellfire Bellows. Maybe? Do I care? I mean, I got rid of my excess units, but I could just, like, not play the Shield Stewards? Do you remember who you had the most problems with in Monster Train 1? Good question. I know that at least one of the times I did it, I really struggled with Tethys. Because I kept, like, having 2 easy runs, and then I would flub the 3rd run, like, at Divinity. Penumbra also is rather awkward. Queen also struggles a bit. The other stipulation that I keep forgetting to mention is that we do need the champion to be a meaningful part of the deck. So we can't just be like, oh, I'm using, you know, Sentient, but then you just abandon them on bottom floor, let them die turn 1, and, you know, they don't actually matter to your strategy in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, anyway, so Tethys and Penumbra both cause some grief. Tethys mostly because, like, Conduit is good, but, like, Handheld Totem can be kind of awkward if you're trying to make that a meaningful part of your strategy. Also, Stygian is a lot more awkward in a world where you can't reliably be taking, like, the Incant units every run. Like, that makes life a lot more problems. It's still a good clan, and I do think Monster Train 2 makes it a more consistent clan for a challenge like this, but, yeah. Playing Chrono Arc again for funsies. God, do I still hate the Azar fight? Jesus Christ. I was thinking about the Azar fight earlier today. I think it's a very cool fight. It's not an easy fight by any means. It definitely can cause you a lot of grief. Chrono Arc's fun. I think I beat the end boss twice. Need to give it another go. It is a good game. I really like Chrono Arc. I do kind of want to spend more time playing it, but those runs are not short, and I have a lot of other things to do. Really like Chrono Arc, just hate the Azar fight. My Sizz literally died turn 2, still somehow managed to eke out a win. Yeah, he's really rough. Okay, so... Hi, cat. What's up? Oh, come on. Might go to the right just so I can do a dupe. I've got plenty of gold no matter what I do. On the left, we could, like, give the hothead something. I think we're just going here, though. Yeah, we'll do this. I don't really care about the Merchant of Arms all that much. Jack Strips is pretty good for us. Blood the Apex is way late, but I'll still take it, I guess. Dante's Footstool is sort of interesting. It doesn't mostly matter for me, because I don't really want to swap out my current room for it. Way late to get Bloodthirsty Blade, but we are going to do this. Because why not? Why not? Why not do that? We get the healing, which I don't super need, and then we're going to dupe Magma Mauler. Could also just dupe the Benediction or the Cleave or something, but we'll just dupe the Magma Mauler. Let's get rid of this garbage finally. I've got so much gold that I haven't been spending, so let's get rid of some of this. I was hoping to see, like, Zone of Silence or Inferno Room for Dante's Footstool would have been nice, but that's fine. So I don't need to get rid of those. I don't really need to get rid of those. I guess we get rid of some fire starters. Okay. So we should be in pretty solid shape. Like, we already are strong in many ways. And yeah. Okay, you're going there. Oh, whoops, not how I meant to do that. Whoops. I didn't mean to play out both Magma Maulers. I meant to play the Sword Maiden. Although I played her in the wrong spot. Doesn't really matter. I'm not too worried about it. And then we want to play out one of you two and hope that the Magma Mauler gets put on mid-floor. It's fine if he doesn't, but that would be preferable. Nope. Okay. Fine. Alright, so you get a bit more Valor. Let's give you a bunch of Pyre Gel. May as well challenge you. Everybody gets some armor, and then you hit for a bit. Sure. Took a 50-50, it happens, rip. Yep, it is what it is. Yeah, so a lot of these enemies are just going to die before they have a chance to do anything. And that's okay. That doesn't really matter because he already's at cooldown 1, but here we are. Also technically should have given the Valor first. And then that guy is going to be a little bit of a loser and try to silence us, but we're going to stop that. Well, that was a little underwhelming, but still. Anyways, we'll do Heaven's Word, which still puts Fel in front because she's the highest HP unit. I guess I'll still play you out, even though it barely matters. Fel takes a little bit of damage, but she's got so much armor and will be generating so much armor that who cares? Anyways, the point is, we were able to get the Magma Mauler onto a floor using Heaven's Word, which was cute. Look at him go, getting some permanent slays, kind of. The sap does hurt, but not enough to really stop me, I don't think. Also, I could just eat the damage on the pyre. It's not that big a problem for me. You are escaping, though, which does concern me somewhat. Oh, and I meant to play him out. Yeah, whatever, fuck it. Okay. Perhaps concerning. Okay, so we can get the kill that way. We're not playing out the Benediction, though, which is maybe a problem. Whatever, we'll take more damage. He doesn't die, but he does die to the... He did die to the jack strips. It looked weird because it was showing, it was forecasting a kill, but that's because it was taking into account the extra gold that I was getting, not the gold, Pyrogel that I was getting off of Magma Core by the unplayed Vengeful Shard in hand. So that is where the problem arose. Yeah, you don't actually kill anything, so I probably should have done that differently. Oh well. It's fine. Like, we're gonna win this battle, no problem. Would be nice if I were getting more use out of Blood of the Apex powering up my equipment, but I'm not actually getting that many slays on my dudes. Okay. So it'll be a little better when I'm not getting as much sap given to my dudes, but it also doesn't mostly matter. Go forth and kill! Alright, we get a little bit higher on that, and there we go. And then we have so much armor, because we have like 400 armor on Fel still, and like 600 in all the backliners. That's, it's not really a challenge. Taskmaster's Lash is cute. You know what? We'll take it. We are not taking Volatile Gauge right here. It would maybe be okay since we do have Spell Sanctum mod. Nonetheless, this is not what I want. Like, honestly, maybe would have been okay, but just doesn't need to be fucked with. Our deck works just fine without it. Anyways, this should be a pretty easy win for us. Okay, so we remember to only play out one Sword Maiden. And I guess we're gonna put you in front of the Sword Maiden this time. And so you get that one, you get that one. And then you go down there and there. And I guess we still play you out. Whoops. Don't mind me. I'm not supposed to play out all of the Shield Stewards. Let's try this again. Mauler, Maiden, Hothead. You get that one, you get that one, and then we play you, and then hopefully it gives us the correct one. It did not. That's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, so you're gonna get some Pyrogel. And let's give you melee weakness as well. And there we go. Doesn't really matter if I take pyro damage. I have more than enough HP for it. And honestly forgot what I was gonna say. Doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, every time I take pyro damage, I'm also getting more pyro gel on every enemy with the magma core, which is nice. You can go there and just block a little bit. I'll just take the pyro damage from Curse of Entropy. We should be more or less okay. Vel is currently taking a lot of damage and is not building up the whole Pyrogel situation. Not Pyrogel. Just armor situation, frankly. It's not building that up terribly well yet, but that's okay. Yeah, so you are strong enough to just kill all of those guys. Slightly wrong ordering, but that's fine. We'll play that. We'll just let the Guildmonger go. Sadly, these guys die without me being able to get the other Magma Mauler up onto our floor. I tried. We duped him with the hopes of getting able to use him. Didn't really get to do so. Oh well. Oh, again, slightly wrong ordering, but what does it matter? Now he's getting benefits from the Bloodthirsty Blade and the Blade of the Apex. Okay, I'll just keep taking damage here, I guess. We've almost taken out Entropy, and we do just a lot of damage to Entropy every turn anyways. I wish I had Heaven's Word for next turn so I could chase Savagery. But I don't. I mean, it doesn't matter in terms of actually like, killing him. Oh, and I can't play that on any other floor because I don't have enough Ember for it anywhere except in the Spell Sanctum. Well, so be it. Here we are. Yes, go forth, my mighty creature. I could have killed you if I'd done the challenge this turn. You know what? Let's do that. Okay. So, let's explode you. Let's do that. Alright, and now you're dead. We don't get to play out the Benediction. Whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter. We did it! Ta-da! And we only took 36 damage despite how many of the curses I let myself get damage from. But, like, we were building up a good chunk of extra Pyrogel. We were regaining a tiny bit of HP with a Benediction occasionally. We mastered Heaven's Word. We even actually used it once. Ta-da! Weird that it clinked so many times there. Yeah, anyways, we did it. So, we have completed it with Fel, which I don't have a tracking sheet made up yet, but imagine that I do. Which means that we are done with 1 out of 20 champions. Oof. Gonna be a ways to go. But I mean, like, Fel was pretty smooth. I wasn't really expecting to struggle with Fel, which is why she was a good starting champion for this. I do like every class got 1 card to fill in the annoying corner spot everything had. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that was at least part of the reason for them adding the new card, was just to make it a nice, like, solid square. Looks so much nicer now. Yeah, it does. That said, I'll do one more run, even though we're a little bit close to the end point. That said, does anyone have any preference on which challenge we start next? We're only going to be doing the first run, and then we'll pick it up wherever we end off tomorrow night. But does anyone have a champion they want to see? Otherwise, I'm just going to arbitrarily pick something like I did with Fel. What are you doing, Cat? There we go. Shartail Queen. We can do Queen. Queen's definitely going to be one of the more awkward ones. God, I still have Royalty level 3 in here. Could keep it simple and go Talos. Nah, it's fun to switch between, like, clans because, you know, we have to do three runs back to back to back. So it's nice to be doing different clans. But yeah, so with Queen, the problem with Queen is that life is generally a lot better whenever you have at least one rank of Imperialist mixed in. Royalty is better in Monster Train 2 than it was in Monster Train 1. Still not great. Certainly better, just because, like, one large attack in Monster Train 1 means very little. It's very bad. In Monster Train 2, since it's easier to fit a lot more units on the floor, and for other reasons, like there's more access to trample, and there are things like cleave, it is easier to get value out of that. Still not great, though. And then Imparade is really nice to be giving off fledgling imps reliably. The welder helpers are less useful, kind of. Shardtail Umbra, that is one of the considerations, because Umbra does... Actually, I was thinking Under Legion, not Umbra, excuse me. Umbra is okay, because it does give us access to, like, multi-strike via Furnace Tap. It gives us access to the Trample Tome, which is certainly helpful for at least making, like, Royalty helpful. Technically, we can also proc the Rally with Morsels. With Under Legion, we can also proc the Rally with Troop, which is really nice. Don't have a great way to really convert Royalty's attack into mattering in that clan, but we can, like, have it be a good Relentless option and then try to use other things for just, like, wave clear. Wouldn't work very well with Imp Parade, both because there's not... I mean, well... Could work okay if we focus on, like, Hellhorn units for Imp Parade. I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a better option for Queen. What am I talking about? We're doing Remnant. I don't know why I was not thinking about that. Remnant is far and away what we want for Queen. Yeah. Totally spaced. That was a very clear thing we want. Anyways, as far as what pyre we want, that's a good question. Life Mother's pyre is pretty decent for us. Bogworm is useful. Echo the Time Father is okay. Savagery is kind of cute, since she can get the attack bonus for killing her own imps as well as for, like, tossing them at enemies. Might take Fear's Greed. I'm gonna take... Definitely Dominion, don't need imps, definitely. Yeah, about that. I'm just gonna take Fear's Greed. We didn't use it at all last time. That's fine, we'll do that. Let me clear out the tracking sheet real quick, by the way. Since none of that is relevant anymore. One moment. Queen could go really smoothly, but there's a good chance that it's gonna go a lot worse than Fell did. Okay. That's 2 times Imp in a Box build. Yeah. Alright, well, we definitely want Primitive Mold because having access to Reform from the beginning is real good. Paraffin Enforcer with Purifying Cleanse is solid. Hidden Passage is a bit awkward since we do need capacity to be playing out imps. Kind of. Technically, if we went like Imp Parade, we can play the imps on a different floor. Still not really helpful. It's also sort of doable that we can like overstack a Paraffin Enforcer floor or something and then have Queen on her own separate floor. Like that's not untenable. It's not even necessarily bad against like Savagery. Since we can have, like, Queen on bottom floor, just toss the imps, kill the sweepers, die, reform her. Or the ability, like, immediately use the ability. Anyways, we'll figure out what we're doing. Let's see what's on offer first. Okay. I don't know what I want here. Maybe Imp Parade. Imperialist is pretty decent with Savagery. I kind of just want to get Imp Parade out of the way, even if it's not the ideal Imp Parade start. Technically, yeah, I don't know. I think we're doing Imp Parade. Let's just try to get that out of the way. We'll take Cleansing Water. I don't care in the slightest about wing clippings, really. And Cleansing Water sort of is vaguely helpful. Okay, well. I guess let's do this. It's kind of hoping for the ability to get oh, and you have Titan Skin, so I can't do things I want. And I could do it this way. Okay, we'll do that. And then we're going to ascend you for the kill. Don't remember what I was trying to say. Doesn't matter. It's all fine. Yeah, so I kind of want to do the Purifying Cleanse. I do worry a little bit about you running out of burnout. Oh well. Okay, so we'll play you. You will die to the attack backs. We'll play you there, I guess, even though I probably shouldn't have played you there, because you're going to burn out at the wrong time, maybe. No, you'll burn out this turn, which is okay. Alright, we get some damage on you, but not nearly enough. Actually playing the Charge Wave of Greed. I'll tell you right now that I'm focused on other things, and I was not paying attention to the fact that I'm wasting Fear's Greed. Because you make a very valid point. Okay, should be fine. And if that wasn't fine enough, we are even more fine than ever before. We could have even just played out the Spear Steward. I think that would have been enough as well. Either way, yes, did waste Fear's Greed somewhat. So, I don't think we want to take Fledgling Imp. Pretty confident we want to leave that as an option for the future, because we're going to be generating our own Fledgling Imps anyways. Molting Imp is a maybe. It's probably not what we want. Almost certainly not a thing we actually care about. Hidden Passage is good in general. Not really what I want now. Probably should have just gone Imperious Queen and used the Hidden Passage to like overstack Paraffin, Enforcers, and do other things. But I didn't go that route. The question is really just, do I want Molting Imp? And I'll tell you right now, the answer is usually no, I don't care about Molting Imp, but maybe I care about Molting Imp now. The main thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting a bunch of extra capacity. Keep in mind, imps you take can't be grabbed during imp toss. Yeah, that's why we're not taking Fledgling Imp. Because we're already going to be generating our own Fledgling Imps, and I would much rather have Fledgling Imp available for Imperialist, so that we have a way to still have, like, solid damage scaling. Molting Imp, on the other hand, I care so very little about, but it might be nice to take here anyways. I think we don't want it. Yeah, we'll just skip that. Hallowed Drippings is not bad. Molten Casement is great in general, but probably not that important here. Other than that, I need some good way around the sweep enemies. We'll see what we can do about that. I do have a lot of concerns to overcome on this run. Almost certainly should have just taken Imperialist, but here we are. Already made that choice. So, the Hallowed Drippings is nice as a way to, like, give a bunch of burnout to a bunch of Paraffin Enforcers, which is pretty solid. And I think that's what we're going to do. I still have a bunch of other problems to overcome, but so be it. To that end... Oh my god, mouse. I need to replace this mouse. Pretty sure we're going here, then we're going here. We'll figure it out. No. Baron's fine, but I think we just save that for, like, Imperialist Queen or... I mean, frankly, either of the other queens. Paraffin Thug is a maybe. It just has, like, decent damage right now. The problem is I can't really fit it anywhere. Though obviously I might see, like, Smidgestone. Either way, we'll skip on that. I honestly maybe just want the Heartstone or Strength Stone, but we're going to reroll. Alright, I'm doing this. It's not the ideal, but it is what we're doing. And that's okay. The Midas Ember is fine-ish. I don't have anything particularly exciting to play. Okay, we're gonna put Queen in front, weird as that seems, because it's sort of okay if she dies and then we just reform her. Not ideal, though it may be. No, why, you piece of shit? Well, I want that, and I unfortunately cannot have it. Oh, we're just gonna keep blocking with imps. That's what we do. Yeah, we're taking damage from you regardless. Because, like, I could do more damage, but not enough more damage. Keep forgetting that these now do 16 damage instead of 10. I don't know why I still cannot keep that straight. Honestly, I do actually kill you that way. It does mean that I'm not using the Howl Drippings, which is sad, but whatever, fine. And I did kind of want to heal Queen, but if I'm not using the Howl Drippings, I do want to extend your burnout. Okay, so I almost kill you that way. If I had been able to heal Queen last turn and then still use Howl Drippings, it would have worked, but I didn't do it. Okay, well, not ideal, but workable. Yeah. I didn't actually need to reform both of them, and so I do take that. I mean, it's fine. I want the gold anyways. I'm just getting carried away. Okay, we're off to a decent start, but we do have a lot of problems upcoming. Again, don't want the Fledgling Imp. Don't want the Ritual Battle. I do think I want the Hornbreak. God, do I want the Molten Casement? I kind of do as a source of defense. But I think I'm just not going to. I'll take the Wicklash, I guess. I don't know. I do really want the Merchant of Magic. On the other hand, Merchant of Arms maybe can solve some problems for me. Okay, let's see what we can line up here. Okay, I will take Inferno Room. Maybe should have done this first, but hey. Triple stack is kind of cute. I mean, that's cute, but also, like, doesn't matter. I kind of want to do it just because I could be making it into an amusingly strong kill spell. But it doesn't matter. Not really. Still might do it. Legitimately, what I should be doing is just like this, so that I can just give so much burnout to my dudes that it doesn't matter. Fuck it. It's been so long since I've taken that upgrade. At least it does give Permafrost as well now, so it's slightly less bad at its job. Anyways, I am not going to forget to make this deployable. And there we go. The knockback is sort of kind of a problem, but not really. Not in a world where we can now just play an imp every turn to block. I guess I'll play you... I don't know. Anyways, honestly, I'm going to do that so that you have something to attack into to start building rage. Yeah, Queen takes some damage. Oh well. I don't totally love this, but I'm just trying to soften you up. Well, I have to play that. So we are going to extend your burnout. Again, sort of keep forgetting that I have Fierce Greed. Okay, so you can kill the frontliner, and then you can block the other two. And then we just leave the Hornbreak in hand. And look, it now does 13 damage per strike. And it hits twice, which is partly why this upgrade is kind of cute. Okay, I need you to have more burnout. And we just keep going. Well, can't let that happen, so... Nope. Probably should have extended your burnout, but hey. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part. Yeah, I really need him not to be burning out right there. Is that workable? So you'll take 32, go down to 222. It takes us, like, what, 7 rounds to kill you or something? Definitely not tenable. Yeah, let's do that again, where I don't let my dude burn out. And maybe set up on top floor instead of mid. I think that is probably what we want to do instead. Alright, whatever. Right. Yeah, I really do need you guys to not burn out. We'll say that for sure. Oops, not on that floor. Alright, let's keep stacking up and try to let our burnout not consume my every waking thought. Yeah, I'll just take the pyro damage. Who cares? Yeah, I really do have what we in the biz nicely would refer to as bad defense. We'll do that even though you're going to sap me. I just want you to kill that, although I should have played this first. That was maybe not the best plan I've ever come up with. Okay, that looks a lot better. Yeah, I'm going to use this now. If Queen weren't burning out, I would have gotten the kill, I think. Oh well, that's fine. It's okay. I don't die. I did take a chunk of damage. Okay. So, that's an interesting set of options. Transcendent obviously is very good. And we will be in a situation where we're generating fledgling imps and welder helpers every turn. And the Transcendent is rather good. I don't know that we need it here, but I might take it. The Wax and Spike is also quite useful if we're trying to use Paraffin Enforcers. And those Transcendent, I mean, yeah, that's the general idea. I think I want the Wax and Spike, though. Yeah, I'll take that. It's just generally pretty useful for me. I'm not going to take the Horned Warrior or any of these. I am going to take Capacity, even though more Ember would also be very appealing. Yeah, that's not all that helpful. We're going to go here, I guess. Definitely like that. Unfortunately, I also really like the Jack Strips. But the Jack Strips don't matter as much in a world where we have Inferno Room. Unfortunately, Furnace Tap is not the one I wanted. What I really wanted was Trample. Okay, so we have to take Imp Parade 2, which does mean that we're getting Fledgling Imps instead of Queen's Implings now. Unfortunately, I can't get either of those. That's fine. Whatever. Here we are. Unfortunately, my defense and offense are both still not great. So things are looking up a bit. Okay. You having reanimate is not ideal. Sort of manageable, but not ideal. Okay, so we get the kill there. You guys are killing there at a bit of a cost. Okay, well, at least we have the Horn Break. God, there's just like a lot of things I want to do with this deck. And we're gonna struggle to do. Well, we'll see what we can do. At least I have damage scaling to some degree now. Even if I struggle with literally everything else. Wrong ordering, but it barely matters. All of you guys are just dying immediately. That certainly feels bad. Okay. Well, let's see how well we can handle you. Turns out, questioningly well. I did this in not the right order. Okay, let's do this in what we in the biz call the correct order. Wherein we kill you first, then we play out the other units. Oh, actually, it doesn't really matter. I don't know that that really changed anything, but so be it. Kell's a bad matchup for us, / we have a bad deck, so, you know, there are limits to what we're capable of one way or another. Okay. So you're gonna go down to like 260, well, 270-ish. Alright, we're gonna take a bunch of damage. But we're not dead yet. It's not going well. I'll be very clear about this. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Important work is very good. Alley of the Ancients is also quite useful for us. I don't know what we're doing. Imp sacrifice. The thing is, we sort of have other ways to sacrifice imps. Important work is very good and is the better option so long as we can survive till we get Imp Raid 3. But we don't know if we're going to make it to Imp Raid 3 is the problem. Alley of the Ancients and March of the Shields do both immediately solve some of the problems in life. I lean towards taking important work, though. So, we're going to do that. Memorial for the Melted is cute. We probably want to save that for one of the others. Fatal Melting is sort of kind of appealing, but not really. And Votivary, we kind of can just put on bottom floor and watch it die. I don't think we're taking it nonetheless, though. For reasons. Alright, we want to go here. Okay, multi-strike is not bad. Ooh. Resonant Shard and Memorial Fund are both good, but we're definitely taking Resonant Shard. Now, the question is, do I want multi-strike or do I want something like Quick? And I think the answer is we're taking multi-strike for you. And then we are immediately duping you. And then with our newfound riches, we're gonna remove a bunch of stuff. Also out of backup necessity, we're gonna do this. Don't love how much I spent there. Oh well, it's something. Here we are. Probably shouldn't have given the burnout to that one as well. It's okay. Excuse me. Okay, look at us go. There's our ever-expanding Hornbreak, which is cute, but, you know. Oh, you have multi-strike? God, why do I do these things to myself? I mean, it's fine-ish, but... It does mean Queen is building up corruption, but that's sort of manageable. Okay, we get a little bit of sap, but we gain a lot more than we lose. Queen's gonna die, but we're just gonna have to reform her. Right now, she is doing the very necessary job of tanking hits for us. Unfortunately, didn't get the things we cared about right here, which is rather bad. I do want that to keep stacking up, but I also want them to not be causing grief for me. So here we are. Unfortunately, we don't have... We don't have any way to reliably get Queen back. Good sacrifice here. I don't want to because I do want it to block the hit for us. Oh yeah, get fucked. I mean, he's not dead for reasons, but it is cute. Okay, so you still got your reanimated back. There we go, that's all we need. I am going to prevent myself from taking the damage just because I'm getting so low. I think playing Queen on top might be better since you have more space for imps in the middle floor, and also Queen will not die. Kind of. Part of the reason for playing Queen on mid is that she's giving me a discount on the imps. Like, yes, to make a valid point, but there are reasons for what we're doing. Kind of want the Pyre Chomper. Gonna not take the Pyre Chomper. Subsuming Blade and Crushing Demise are both nice. But we're going to skip on this. Okay, honestly the healing is nice, kind of. We're definitely going here for reasons. Don't really want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. Not that I'm any fan of Holy Stone. Alright, please give me holdover. Spell Chain, also good. It's not holdover, though. Don't love the choices I'm making, but they do help us be less bad. I am not giving that up. I will take Historian's Razor. Okay, well, I just need to get past Kale, and then we become dramatically better. Okay. Well, we can definitely bring Queen back next turn, so that's something. Not exactly what we were hoping for, but it's vaguely workable. Okay. And not totally ideal, but at least we're killing things. And we have a primitive mold lined up. And that's useful. That's not the one we wanted, but so be it. Sometimes you just gotta suffer through things. Well, again, we do a lot of damage, but we just don't have defense. Yeah, welcome back, Queen. And then we'll give your friendly little buddy there. I could use the Hornbreak to kill one of these guys, but I kind of want to just let it keep stacking up power. We're still doing 600 damage anyways. Like, my Paraffin Enforcers do a lot of work for us. It's just a matter of actually getting to that point. I'm going to get rid of that, even though it would have been nice to see the Howl Drippings. Yeah, I could maybe get back to that Impling. Yep, okay. Well, that blocks better. It doesn't tons matter, and I don't generate as much rage this way. Could also just do this, but I think we're fine with killing Kale, and so I'll just keep letting the Hornbreak stack up. Even though, like, and this is part of the problem with this upgrade, is I'm not getting any benefit out of it if I'm never playing out any of the things. Okay, well, we'll just go ahead and do this. Technically, I'm depriving myself of one more turn of the Hornbreak powering up by doing this, but that's okay. Alright, we have ruined Kale's day. Unfortunately, we do still need to survive savagery in a world where I'm not stopping the amalgams. Rage Room is cute. Probably not necessary. Reinforce is kind of nice. Dark Deal is good. I kind of lean towards Reinforce, if anything. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna take more capacity, even though that leaves me very Ember poor, which is a problem. I don't need Merchant of Steel. I will go here for the healing and just general usefulness in life. Imparade 3 it is. I mean, I can take Steward's Quarters and make it deployable and it's just free, but does that actually help me? Because they just took more capacity, so I've got 9. I'm currently using 6, and so that leaves me 3. Boiler Room on Queen Imp Room? Maybe. But I don't know how much that actually helps my needs. I think this case solved the current mana issues. Not totally, especially because part of my issues are deployment Ember, where I'm very limited because I'm spending 2 of it to do the Inferno room, and then the other 2 are currently just going for the Paraffin Enforcers. If I can get holdover for important work, it also makes it so that is just... I mean, this is Ember positive whenever I draw it. So, like, I do sort of already have some Ember outs. I'm mostly just trying to decide if I need more Imp space. It's kind of nice. Since it gives me room for one more, like, blocker, kind of. Yeah, it's maybe a waste. I will take it anyways. We're gonna make that deployable. Technically should look at what else is here, maybe. I'm not going to. And then we're gonna go here and figure things out. Heaven Seal is sort of a concern, but shouldn't be too big an issue. Like, we do a lot of damage, and the Inferno room is going to take care of a number of problems for us. Okay, you're dead. You're dead again. Yeah, I'll just do that. Okay, so I'm gonna put you there. And you can both go there. Although maybe we should have done that slightly differently. Overall, that's fine. Although I do have more capacity than I need. I guess maybe I didn't totally need to do that. Yeah, this is part of the problem. Is I need better ways to stack my imps, but I have been looking forward to that. It's just nothing is really lined up. What we need to do is we need to thin out our deck and or get holdover for things, and then life will look just tremendously better for us. Like, look at us go. But this is why we took all the extra capacity. Well, enjoy being the new blocker. If I had more things to attack, I'd be generating rage a lot faster, but we don't. Alright, Horn Break, you exist mostly for this purpose here and now. There we go. Technically better for us. We gained slightly more armor than we lost, and we freed up some capacity a little bit. If you all had Burnout, I'd also be getting way better scaling from the Paraffin Enforcer. Again, not too worried about that, as long as we don't give a Thane spikes. We're not going to have any real problems. And even with spikes, we still kill her fast enough that it's not going to be a problem. But here we go. Ta-da! Again, our damage output is very good. Okay, I will take another important word. I am going to skip those. The Subsuming Blade also still kind of helpful, but not that helpful at this point. We're going here. Thank God we got the holdover. There are other good things for us here too, mind you, but still. Yeah, I'll take the mold braces. I'll take that. Not helpful. Do I want to do this? Probably not. Is there anything I want to do here on a reroll? We could do like remove consume, I guess. That's fine. I don't totally need to do cost reduction. Okay. That's pretty decent for me. And I guess I'll do this now, even though it barely matters. Okay, so, removals. We're going to get rid of, I guess, hidden passages, because they do fuck all for me. And we are going to make... Could do another important work. Could do another Paraffin Enforcer. So if I do Paraffin Enforcer number 3... then we only have 1 capacity. No, we'll have 2, because I have the, Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't have the Ember to play him immediately, like, in deployment. At least not if I'm also doing the, Inferno Room. But that's whatever. And there are later waves where this is sort of going to be an issue, but this is a known problem. We will handle it. Okay, so first off, you go there, we do this. You go there, we do that. That comes out. Oh, look, we still have a blocker, though I'm actually going to reform one of them. Because then it gets extra HP and things, and here we are. We're going to give you Burnout, so we start stacking up. The problem is I do need to draw into one of my Burnout extension cards, or things start looking real bad. But that's fine. We're doing 600 damage on turn 1. And I do get extra draw this turn off of the important work, so it's not like I was fully fishing for things. Since these are not endless imps, they are just run-of-the-mill generated imps. Not the one we wanted, but okay. Well. Alright, we heal a little bit, we extend our burnout, we're looking pretty decent. That's the larger being taken care of. Yes, we'll take some damage from the amalgams. Oh well. I'll have enough HP to withstand it. For reasons. Oh, you are scary though, aren't you? Did kind of neglect how bad you are. Yep, that's not great. Yeah, wasn't really accounting for that, I will say. Yeah, maybe need to not be setting up like that. Kind of forgot that these guys are truly still dangerous. Yeah, because that's not really doable. Alright, let's reacquaint ourselves with some options. Might need to avoid playing out the third Paraffin Enforcer. Or just play Queen on a different floor. Had considered it. I do like the cost reductions that she gives, though. Well, let's try it one more time like this. Again, maybe don't want to play out the Paraffin Enforcer. Part of the issue is we do get the melee weakness on everything that's summoned, and that's not great. Okay. Well, let's try it like this again. But yeah, you are a problem child. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. But yeah, the fact that you have 3 attacks and you do a lot of damage is concerning. Not helpful. Not helpful at all. I was trying to get you low enough with the shots that I can just kill you. Again, I can probably just, like, not play out the last Paraffin Enforcer, just play more imps to block with. Trying to avoid that, but it is an option. Alternatively, we can also just set up on top floor and go from there. It has its own problems, like I take more amalgam damage, especially since I did get rid of the hidden passages, which I kind of forgot that I sort of wanted for this fight. But here we are. Well, here we are. We'll see what we can do. You can attack him now with Hornbreak. Yeah, I'm aware, but I was thinking about doing it now because yes, there's a chance that I draw back into it since my deck is small, which is maybe a thing we're going to do. I think that is worth doing because it's hard for me to get enough other things solved. Also, I do have enough, like, higher HP to just lose some. Like, that's not too big a deal. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do as much blocking as I would like right here. Well, at least Queen no longer has the melee weakness, but still paid at a high cost. You are taking hefty damage, so that's something. Okay, so we're not just outright dying here, probably because What's-His-Face is not on this floor, which, turns out, makes a big difference. Okay, let's actually block some. Like, yes, he's technically made a little stronger by all of his slaughtering of our dudes, but we're still blocking more than he's gaining. And I am mitigating the amalgam damage a little bit. I will say this is definitely a somewhat clumsy deck, but it's getting there. Again, we have our strengths, it's just have a lot of weaknesses too. I will just go ahead and kill you now, I guess. Yes. Murder that Seraph. Murder him real good. Okay. Alright, whatever. Enjoy. I'm getting low-ish on HP, but we should have enough for the Titans at this rate. Yeah, we're so close to killing. That almost is enough. God, we're so close. Whatever. Well, I just watched video of someone without the claw line / harpoon get double jump. Very cruel of them to do that to the randomizer bingo runners. Yeah, that sounds pretty miserable. Okay, just please let me draw into the horn break. God damn it. God, he's so close to dead. But there's just no way I'm gonna get enough damage down there. I can at least block the amalgam damage here. So I'm taking only 10 damage this turn instead of 20. Which is helpful, because I am getting pretty low on health, but... yeah. Wanted you last turn, because I could have just shot him dead. Okay. Well, what a debacle of a deck. Now, we still gotta beat the Titans. I think the Titans will mostly not be that bad. Like, I just need to have enough HP, and we should have enough HP since... we're on the edge. I can sort of maybe kind of block with some imps occasionally. And I have the Holy Stone, so I can regain some HP. So, like, my damage output will be pretty strong. That I'm not worried about. Oh, that was not the one I was thinking it was. So, you can have some. I will do that so that you also give some block. Some armor, that is. Obviously, you're not going to die if I do this. That's fine. Whatever. So be it. And then we'll just shave off a chunk of health from you. Okay, Inferno Room continues doing work for us. This is a little painful, but whatever. Fine. Not how I want to draw, unfortunately. Well, here we are. Okay, by next cycle, we should be able to take down Savagery, more or less. Okay, whatever. I don't have quite as much defense as I would like. But that's fine. You're alive. And that's something. It does prevent us from losing a bit of health. And again, our damage output is ever increasing, even if my everything else is a bit awkward. Not helpful. Oh, I don't have the other Paraffin Enforcer, and I'm staring right at him. Well. Yes, there's some problems with doing it this way. Oh well. I am doing a lot of damage, though, and that's mostly what's necessary here. Okay, Entropy is mostly dead. Let's try to get back a Welder Helper. Just because I don't want Queen to die. Alright, we can do that, I guess. Though I suppose I could have also burned this. Well, it'll just block. Okay, unsurprisingly, we're getting through both of them. And so it's just down to killing him and stalling. Okay. Okay. Alright, yeah. I mean, we're surviving here. I don't know why I'm being so picky. I'm just trying to make sure that I am reducing damage where able. And I guess I'll do this because there's a chance that I draw into it immediately. If there wasn't a chance that I draw into it next turn, then I would have held it so we get the extra magic reserve. But we should be fine because naturally we're doing enough damage between the Pyrelight and the basic hit to get the kill here. So, nothing else matters, really, so long as we play these so we don't die. And there we go. It was a clusterfuck of a run, as I sort of expected it to be. There were definitely some things I could have done better, but that's okay. There we go. The Holy Stone definitely ended up helping, but if we also just were slightly less bad in the Savagery fight, like if we were on mid-floor instead of on top floor, and we took less damage from the Amalgams, we would have been in just better shape as well. At least I was able to prevent that 10 damage from the Amalgams in Relentless. That certainly helped. But we got there. It's a bit of a mess, but we did it. I know, Kat, you really want attention, but just wait. Okay, let us record what we used, and then we're going to stop there for the night. So this was, what is the word I'm looking for? This was Imp Parade, and we used Fira's. Okay, Kat, you are so in the way. Okay. Alright, so we used... Oh, why did you do that, computer? Thank you. It just randomly minimized one of my windows for no helpful reason. So, units, we did Paraffin Enforcer. There's the Queen's Impling, but that's our starter card, and so that doesn't matter. I think that was the only unit we used, right? Okay, yeah, this should be the only unit that we had other than the Implings, because all the other things, all the Fledgling Imps and Welder Helpers were generated from Imp Parade. As far as spells go, though, we did use up Important Work, which is a bit of a shame. It is a very useful card for Queen. Purifying Cleanse is not too bad to give up. It is useful, but it's mostly useful with, like, Paraffin Enforcer. It is also good with Lady of the House, with her new rework. We did use up basically everything that Lady of the House would want, which is fine. There are plenty of other units to use, but it does mean that that is largely not a unit we want to be trying to use. Technically, there's still ways to do it, but they're not great. And then Wax and Spike, and Hallowed Drippings, which again is basically all the burnout things there, because we also have Whiplash in here, which we'll just put right here. And then Hornbreak, which I don't mind losing. So that was all the spells, and then we did have 2 rooms since we had Steward's Quarters, which is a blow. The extra capacity is definitely really nice for Queen. Oops. And then Inferno Room. Again, bit of a blow, but it was certainly necessary for us there. And then we didn't use any equipment, so that should be the list. Also, I didn't have it on screen this whole time. Sorry about that. But there we go. That's our list so far for Queen. At least we only used up 1 unit. We didn't use up any of the imps, basically. We didn't even use up Transcend Imp. In Royalty, Queen doesn't necessarily need imps. We can also utilize, like, the tombs. And we didn't use up any of the tombs. We didn't use up any of the stealth things. We didn't use up most armor things. We actually didn't use up any armor things. So we did use up some concerning things, but there's a lot of things we avoided. So be it. It is what it is. Anyways, that's where we're stopping for the night because it is late, and that's how life works. So, hope you're enjoying the challenge so far. I'm having a good time with it. Though Queen is already making me a little stressed. But that's the fun of it, is that it definitely puts you in much different positions. Like, that run would have looked very different if I were just playing a normal run and not trying to force the challenge. But we are, so that's what it is. Anyways, we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. We'll play more of Queen. Hopefully we'll not flub it on the other two. And we'll go from there. So, anyways, have a nice night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow.